friend that does it. He called when he used to be secular. He's like called friend girls that were his friends. My friend girl, not girlfriend.
Right.
When he used to be secular, he's like, oops.
So here we are on Tisha B'Av.
Yes.
Talking about immigrants who don't know who try to use English expressions without success.
Yeah.
Hikidu.
Yes, hikidu. I got the hikidu, on my neck.
No.
I went to summer camp.
No, hikidu is a doohickey. Doohickey is not kiss. It is some kind of gizmo.
Like Gizmo in the Gremlin.
Yes. No, this is a different gizmo.
Okay.
Gizmo is like little machine. A widget.
Like this in economics class.
Yes.
With Rodney Dangerfield.
Yes. Where you pay off the Teamsters.
Yes.
and the trash pickup, and you know who runs that business.
Yeah, I don't have to tell you who runs that business. This is not part of the legitimate business world, Mr. Mellon. Our friend D West says it's Tisha B'Av and you guys are up against Torah Anytime, 24-hour live stream.
Well, yeah, we don't see it that way.
Who we're also up against? Kiruv Rebbitzins.
All right. I mean, I didn't know we were up against anybody.
Mr. Frank, what do you think of apparently you said a curse word and apparently it's unbecoming of frum Jews. What do you think about that? That's what I was told. What's your response to that assertion? I hear silence. Hello? 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 Can't hear a thing. Hello? What happened? Something just happened. Oh, crud. Huh. Ladies and gentlemen, the power went out. I think Hashem didn't want us to talk about this particular thing. All right, we'll move on to what I saw in Prospect Heights, Brooklyn. My God, that was fun. That was very funny. 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. We're just having some technical difficulties here. My gosh, that's funny. It's a good sign. Baruch Hashem. Welcome to Tisha B'Av podcasting. Gaza City. Former Israeli Prime Minister. Oh, let's play this video. Meanwhile, with Bibi appearing on Fox News, I'm really curious what he has to say. Let's see. As Frank tries to get the power back. No.
And one of the things we have to be strong in to puncture their lives. This is a good one. I mean, this is one where the Palestinian propaganda machine was caught red-handed. They said that we in Israel killed 5 children. Well, they didn't tell you the truth, and this was caught on a video. Those 5 children were killed when Islamic Jihad rocket that was aimed at Israel misfired, fell on these kids. So they actually murdered their own children in the process of trying to murder us. I think it's both a physical battle, but it's also a moral and political battle, and frankly, a public relations battle too, because sometimes the mainstream media...
Yellow.
I'm back.
I was just playing a clip of Bibi appearing on Fox News today saying how it's a PR battle and how it's this and it's that, and
Yeah.
Clown show.
Yeah. My hickey-do malfunction.
The power went out completely in the apartment, or?
No. That's what I thought for a second, but just the plug in the computer came out. The cord was stretched. My bad.
So I guess let's talk. I'll mention, instead of talking about that, the whole thing of you cursing, I'll talk about what I saw on Shabbos walking in Prospect Park.
Well, hold on. I mean, let's just address it for a moment.
What, the cursing?
Yeah.
Okay, let's address it.
So there's this concept which seems like I'm not going to say it's universal, but I think like people are aware of it and they use it. Well, I think it's similar to what we call kavana.
Mhm.
And for instance, like, some of when I was kind of studying Japanese martial arts back, a couple of years ago,
Yeah.
there's this concept called Zanchin,
Mhm.
which means intention.
Yeah.
So it says that when you strike someone, you have to infuse it with Zanchin for it to be effective.
Like Mike Tyson used to say, with ferocious intent.
That's right. It has to, it's the mind and the heart, seriously, that infuse the physicality with whatever power it has. It's not just simple, two stupid objects smashing into each other. You know what I mean? That's not what we're dealing with here with human interaction. So I feel like sometimes to make an effect, to affect something the way you want it to, you have to use strong language. Strong language means language that affects.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm right about this. This is just my personal feeling. I like when you want to drive a point home, you want people to wake up and take it seriously. It's like kind of like screaming fire.
Yeah.
You want to get people's attention. And the language that, like that person that we were discussing this issue with on Facebook, right?
Yeah.
They use the language. They want you to constantly stay within a neutral language, which doesn't have any effect.
Yeah.
Sometimes,
or their claim that you can use language that has an effect without using curse words.
I haven't figured out how. Nobody. You try to use language, as strongly as possible. It just looks corny.
Yeah, it does look corny.
You know what I mean? Like you're trying to like. It either it's too verbose or you're too loud or something like that, and it doesn't have, at least in my experience, I don't know, I'm not saying that other people can't do it.
You see rabbis and like the Gura, the Simashas, they just scream.
Yeah, everybody's sleeping through their screaming.
Yeah, it's like ever see people scream 12,000 people, not 12,000, like 50,000 people sleeping as a guy's yelling to himself.
Yeah, it's they could yell all they want.
Yeah,
okay, but nobody feels that they're serious.
Yep.
You know why? Because they're not desperate. Yeah. They're too calculated. If you're so calculated when you're communicating, people sense that, and they sense that they're not getting something organic. They're not getting something with real feeling. They're getting something scripted, kind of.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm not telling people that cursing is good or useful, but it's just because I think where I come from and the language I was used to hearing, not so much in the home, but just in my environment, in school and elsewhere. Okay. When I heard people speaking organically, there seemed to be a cursing involved.
Yeah.
Okay. It was used as a vessel to carry intent, and you felt it. And I don't know, I mean, even in those environments, anybody who just curses all the time, just because they like it for the sake of it, people thought they were idiots. I'm not talking about Jewish environments. I'm talking about
like Gary V or something like that.
Yeah, like why you got to curse so much? You hear that a lot. It's not. But sometimes when someone is in distress, or when they are very, very worried, or they want to communicate something that's very, very important, and they feel strongly about it, and so the mind goes to this kind of place that is just kind of natural. I'm not saying it's good, but it's natural.
Yeah.
Okay. And a person is used to using certain terms, right? When they're in that state of mind, and people can always sense it.
Yeah.
And I don't know like how to do that in any other way. You know, I can't adopt a different set of like things that I'm used to, right? To carry intention. Like
Yeah.
I can't replace shit with goody gumdrops.
Yeah.
Or, you know, something lame like that because it's going to offend some Rebbitzin. I'm sorry, I don't give a shit. It's not that I don't care about her feelings, but not to such an extent that I can't communicate, you know, freely when something is important.
Yeah.
You can't bind a person to that extent. Okay, and people let themselves be bound to that extent.
I explained to this person. I was like, you're asking the same things that was asked by Komsomol and or Chinese Red Guard. You know, it's essentially the same modality. It's essentially the same way of being. You're going by some sort of, there's a doctrine somewhere in books. Okay, we know about Hazal, we know about Gemara, we know about all this stuff. We know. But we are real people. We are not robots. And I'm sure, like you told me in private, Hazal did not sit around like the George Carlin skit, the 7 dirty words. They didn't sit around like the FCC. The Hazal is not the FCC.
I don't think they had a little booklet of blacklisted words that are considered, you know, profane. Can I? This is just my personal like speculation, and I can't say I haven't seen this, but I have a feeling that it's there. Okay, that when they're talking about don't say lashon hara, right? I have a feeling what that really means, aside from not speaking bad things, right, is don't feel it in your heart.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? Don't feel it. Don't do something to yourself that changes that negativity, that nastiness that you feel towards your fellow.
Yeah.
All right. But that's not what, it doesn't seem like that's what's going on. Like nowadays everybody is just kind of like, don't say it.
Yeah.
They're not telling you don't feel it.
Yeah, you can think what you want, just don't say it.
I don't know. I've never heard them say think what you want, but it basically amounts to that when you don't.
Well, listen, the Kotzker Rebbe had that phrase, you know, not everything B'tah should be said, and everything said, you know, not everything said where written should be published, that kind of thing. Yeah, that whole sequence of, you know the quote, right? In
Listen, when you you know, that kind of reminds me, Patton Oswalt, he was talking, he said that he wanted to make a movie about Einstein, but not the stuff that was important to mankind, not the stuff that we're all interested in, but just the 45 minutes when he had explosive diarrhea.
My God.
Sitting there. That's, again, Patton Oswalt, you know, that's what he comes up with. But that kind of reminds me of what you just said, where, yeah, you're right. We don't need literature published on that particular 45 minutes of his life. You're right. Not everything needs to be published. I agree. You know what I mean? Like, so, you know, you gotta boil it down a little bit to the most important things, you know?
Yeah.
So from that aspect, I suppose, okay. And when look, we're truth fanatics, right? That doesn't mean go out of your way to say literally everything.
Yeah.
That just means say what's real when it's important.
Yeah.
When you're talking about a topic or when we're faced with an issue, right? We don't go around looking for issues to be faced with. But if you're faced with an issue, you got to talk about it in a real way, without, you know, from the heart to the mouth.
Yeah.
Not really passing that much through the mind. Because that, you know, well, what I mean to say is not through the calculating part of the mind. You know, that the editor who wants to, you know, take out everything that's, you know, like
you don't filter through the sensors. That's
the mother part of your mind.
Yeah.
Your mom doesn't care about you not selling out. Your mom doesn't care about, you know, integrity or any. Your mom just wants you to be safe with a good job and with a full belly.
Can I tell you something? Even my mother, she herself expresses herself and with the full, you know, expression and she doesn't pull punches.
She won't let you do it. I know.
No. She's like, she's like, she'll be like, in Russian I'll say it, she's like, Tisha, может быть, не ставь это там, потому что эти люди увидят, и you're just gonna get banned. You know, like say it's a Facebook or whoever, or you know, let's say like he's just like, там все время тролли сидят, или какие-то там, you know, agents of such and such.
Yeah.
You know, so so her thing is just, she wants me to do it smart. She's like, listen, say what you want to say, just make sure you do it smart in terms of where you're posting and how you're doing it, and you know, just mechanism.
Yeah.
But even then, it's my mother. She doesn't want me to be banned.
Yeah. No, she wants to take care. She wants to make sure her baby is in a comfy, you know, place with the never hungry. You know, everything's. That's all. She doesn't care about your internal environment.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? She just
mostly. Yeah. Mostly.
You know, no. Her primary issue is to keep you alive, to keep you healthy, to make you know.
Yeah. It's funny, like when these moments, you know, some like when I was like, you know, back in the day, really living with my parents, I would, you know, I'm around the house and there's like something happened with some girl, I guess broke up, you know, relationship ended, and I'm walking around the house and my mother's like, что ты какой-то синий, ты зеленый какой-то, ты вообще кушаешь? And then peripherally, she's like,
okay, hold on, but you got to translate that.
No, I said, she's like, you look like green, you turned green or blue. Are you eating something? And then the next sentence is, did you like, what's going on with you and that girl? Something happened with a girl, didn't it?
Yeah.
That's like as far as it goes with internal world stuff. But like it's a product of an external observation that I look, you know, purple.
You know, can I give an extreme example?
Yeah.
Like, let's say you know you're dealing with a guy, some kind of bully situation, whatever, you know, and he disrespected you in a public way, and even though you know he's probably gonna, you know, end up whooping your ass, you literally cannot go on living unless you hurt him. You got to make sure that this, you know what I mean?
Or at least make an attempt and show that you're not like a...
No, you got to do whatever. You're gonna try to do, you know, it's sort of like, you know, like Gary and Wyatt from Weird Science. We're like, I can't wait to die.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So your father, on some level, can understand that. Your mother doesn't care whatsoever about that at all. Yeah. Like she couldn't care about that part of you at all, because that part of you is the enemy of what she wants for you.
That's why my father always answered back to his either co-workers or bosses at work, and usually nothing happened, but eventually it you know, kind of made, as we say in Russian, плохие отношения in the office. Because my father doesn't, you know, he's not going to be pushed around, you know, to the, you know, to a fault, meaning like he's willing to lose his job over not be pushed around.
No, you know, it's not to a fault. You know, I want to explain why that's very, very important.
Okay.
For a number of reasons. Number one, if you allow that to happen once, you're in danger of allowing that to happen.
Right.
It just to develop a behavioral pattern, which will lead to economic demise and your wife leaving you.
Yeah.
Regardless of what she says.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. There's an internal unconscious situation going on where she will become gradually unattracted to you, and then end up, you know, leaving, and she'll concoct some other reason why she left or something like that. But it's because you showed yourself to be a person who got pushed around. That's what it is. That's the reality, folks. Okay. So that's number one. Number two, if your colleagues, even like you're working at a place, right, and your colleagues see that you allow that to happen, they will subconsciously begin to disrespect you, not take you seriously, and also not include you in possible economic opportunities, because something about your character made you not reliable.
Or you showed that you're not a fighter. Like they need somebody who's going to fight alongside them.
Right. And I'm not saying that this is a completely conscious train of thought in their mind, but this is essentially what happens. Even your best friends will, you know, essentially that's what's going to happen in their mind. So it is a very, very unwise thing to do, to back down and to allow yourself to be put in that situation. Okay, so it's not to a fault. Sorry, continue, please. I just wanted to make that point.
No, I don't remember what the hell we were talking about, but
we're saying you were talking about your dad.
no. So when my mom, she constantly tells stories of being kind of pushed around in the office, and not pushed around, but just like office politics, let's say, and she won't necessarily call people out. She'll call them out, like she'll come home and talk about them all day. And I'm like, sometimes I tell her, I'm like, don't tell dad about this. Go speak to HR. Go talk to somebody at the office. Stand up for yourself. You know, and women are more likely not to because they're afraid to lose their job. They're afraid of they need parnasa. They need, you know, and also it's a Soviet thing. It's like не говори, you know.
It's more of a Soviet thing than it is
Sha,
American
you know, like sha, ticha.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
It's kind of it's similar to the way George Lopez, that idiot, describes relationships, like at least in his time in the Mexican American community.
Yeah.
Where like, you know, I think he was being critical of it, you know, where he was saying how, you know, like when if a girl's parents, if she comes home and says, oh, he's hitting me, right? They're not going to be like, oh, that's awful. They're going to be like, no, listen, you got to deal with it. Just go like this. Here, block. When you just throw your arm up and block his punches. They're not going to tell you to leave the relationship, right? It's very Soviet, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Go like this. He's like raising his arm, you know, like block his punch.
Hilarious. Oh man. So,
yeah, so
regarding this cursing thing, I mean, yeah, you know.
So listen, I'm not advocating for it, but if a person comes from a certain place where there's a certain type of language that was used, and as we know, language is a carrier of intent, and intent is something that can be universally understood, not the language itself, but the energy that it holds.
Yeah.
You could, if you watch, you know, you go on TV and somebody's talking Swahili, you don't know what he's saying, but you can tell when he's kind of, you know, just telling somebody an anecdote, or when he's getting real serious and he wants people to understand something.
Dude, listen, I was a few years ago dating this Baal Tshuva girl, Russian speaking girl, let's say. And she was very serious about everything in terms of religious aspect and everything like that. But I remember being in her car and she was driving, and, you know, we're driving somewhere in either Queens or Brooklyn. I think it was in Queens. And when somebody does something on the road, dude, I heard F and S every 2 seconds, and I didn't judge her for it. It's actually kind of quite funny. And it made me look at her, you know, it gave her humanity.
because that's when that's
when the real them comes out.
I don't know if that's irony, but it's just it's when the exactly what you said. That's when the kind of the real them comes out, but not the real them in terms of, oh, they're a lowlife who curses.
Yeah.
That's where you see their real feelings and emotions, what they're affected by. They're affected by the stress of driving, because driving is scary and it's dangerous, and people deal with the stress somehow, you know. There's what she's really saying is,
in her case, she wasn't scared. In her case, she was upset at people going slow, and she's an aggressive driver. But yeah, you get the point.
Whatever it is, you understand? Like whatever her concern was.
Yeah.
Her concern was people are going too slow, and you gotta move. You can't take up people's time.
Yeah.
You have to, you know, you can't be on your cell phone.
Yeah.
You know, you gotta, when you're driving, whatever it is that's important to her, whatever it is that she feels strongly about, because when you're driving, that's people don't. I don't think most people are conscious of it, but it's very dangerous.
Yeah.
And I think on some level they sense it when they're in that situation.
Yeah.
And that's when a person is challenged and they're worried, that's when you see their emotions and their concerns come out. And for some people, those emotions are carried by certain words that other people find, you know, unrefined.
Yeah.
Okay. But at least it's real. At least it's true. It's not. That's when you see a person uncalculated, without guile, simple. I think that, you know, kind of the description of Yaakov and Esav.
Yeah.
Okay, this is like my own personal idea. This is not something that I've heard anywhere, so take it with a grain of salt. When Yaakov is described as a simple person, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, that doesn't mean he's an idiot.
Yeah.
Probably one of the most brilliant people who ever lived.
Yeah.
But he was simple in the sense of he was just honest and pure. He didn't have all these hidden agendas. He had no hidden agendas.
Yeah.
Okay. To such an extent that his mom had to like download him with this hidden agenda plan. So
Trickery and all, whatever.
the whole world doesn't get destroyed, by giving the blessing to Esav, whatever.
Yeah.
But Esav was described as a guy who was an excellent hunter, a man of the field.
Yeah.
And and now this part is not mine. This part I've seen that there are commentaries that explain that he was a hunter primarily with his mouth.
Yeah.
He could beguile people. He
Yeah.
was an excellent conversationalist.
That's why I'm very weary of charismatic rabbis. I'm very weary of them.
Charismatic anybody.
Charismatic anybody, like when people say, "Oh, this rabbi is such a good thing," I'm like, I run away. I mean, unless it's like a person I see as genuine, kind of.
Listen, whenever anybody has to make a decision about whether or not to trust somebody, you got to get to know them.
Yeah.
You got to see them in life.
Yep.
You got to see how they are. Hey, remember that? What's a good example? Even though this might have been a setup, but there's a movie, The Freshman. We talked about this. The Freshman with Marlon Brando and Matthew Broderick, right? Comedy, Bruno Kirby.
Yeah.
So there's this scene where he starts working for Carmine Sabatini, right? Who's just he's an importer exporter.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Quote unquote import export. Yeah.
Yeah, and then these two, wink, wink, right? And then these two federal agents approach Matthew Broderick and tell him that if he doesn't rat him out, he's going to go to jail. So and then they tell him that this guy is a bad guy anyway. So he was conflicted. He didn't know what to do. And while he was making his decision, he was following Carmine Sabatini around, Marlon Brando, right on the street, just watching him from a distance, seeing how he is. Is he a bad guy? And then the scene was very funny. It's like you see him walking, and all the people on the street are greeting him. Like you have the Chinese man who's the grocer who he's like, oh, they hug each other. He gives them free oranges, and then everybody loves him. He interacts with people very warm, very loving, right? And you see Matthew Broderick, he's like starting to feel bad. He's like, oh, this guy is just a sweet old man, I think the implication later was that he realized that he was following him, and he acted like that. But in reality, you got to see a person in their element, how they act, when they're under stress. When you got to drive in the car and see, a bunch of times to see if they start cursing or not, whatever, that kind of thing.
By the way, the perfect example of what Seinfeld called an Angles girl is Penelope Ann Miller.
An Angles girl?
Like certain angles, great. Other angles,
I don't know. I disagree. I think she's a lovely girl. I see.
No, as a person, she's great.
No. I mean physically. I see nothing. I see.
Okay.
The only thing that bothers me about her is what she played in Big Top Pee-wee.
Oh my God, yeah.
And because of her, I have an aversion to egg salad.
I don't remember this.
They were picnicking.
Oh my God.
He was trying to date her, right? And she was like a school teacher or something like that. Yeah. And then they were picnicking. Yeah. And then she made all these egg salad sandwiches or something like that. And it's just, I don't know, since I saw that. Anyway, so but I think she's great. Especially in that movie. That was probably
better now than she did when she was younger.
I haven't seen her in a long time. But
there's anyway.
So
moving along.
Yeah. But no, so when you decide to listen to trust somebody, you gotta put in, you have to have enough respect for yourself, right? And enough value for your time and for your feelings before you give them over so easily. Yeah. You have to see, does the person deserve it or not?
Yeah.
Okay. So and just being carried away or being taken in by personality is primarily a female thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And we got to get into that because the females run the Orthodox Jewish community.
Oh yeah, big time.
Female spirit, the female state of mind, the whole philosophy, everything. Okay, where basically you let mom take over, who doesn't care about the truth. She just wants her baby to be safe, and alive and comfortable.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, at the expense of the truth.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what's going on in the Orthodox community. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I asked you the question based on what you just said. I asked
Papa is just keeping his mouth shut the whole time. That's not good. You need a mother and a father.
Yeah. No, but I asked you the question. Isn't it like a thing of where the Shekhinah's coming back? And so maybe that's why the feminine aspect is, so to speak, asserting itself.
Dude, the Shekhinah needs her consort, Zeranpin.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Shekhinah by itself, not good. Okay, it needs to receive from Zeranpin. That's like that's the institution that God set up. And this pattern goes from in our world to the upper worlds, all the way to to its inception.
Yeah.
Okay, all the way up to Chachma and Bina, being in unity always.
Yeah.
Right. So Shekhinah by itself is bad. Bad. That's what it seems to be. Okay. So Shekhinah needs her metaphorical husband. All right.
Yeah.
So yeah, man, but I just wanted to just point something out, and we'll close on this idea. Pure language, like that person that we were speaking to said, wasn't Lashon Noki, right?
Yeah.
How does
No, yeah. Or Nokri or Noki.
Noki. No, Noki means pure.
Yeah.
So clean.
Yeah.
So I think it's more important, like clean language. If you read Tehillim, you'll see that King David keeps talking about all these people who they speak smoothly, slickly, right? When they talk to you, but behind the scenes, they talk evil to you, and the lips become like swords and weapons of destruction.
Yeah.
That over and over and over again in Tehillim.
Yeah.
Okay. And King David suffered greatly on account of that. Okay. So that seems like what's happening nowadays, where people just say nice.
Yeah.
But feel not, but nobody tells you feel animosity. Nice.
Yeah.
Right. No. So to kind of purge yourself from that shit that's on top of your heart. You gotta clean that off.
Yeah.
And then you can speak and feel pure and speak pure. Okay. So if you have shit on your heart, but you don't show what's going on there, you are projecting speech which is communicating something that's different than the truth.
Yeah, you're being deceitful. Stop.
Okay. And that lady, right, she got in touch with you privately.
She didn't. I actually, it's about something else, but then she said,
okay,
regarding you, I didn't even
track in the course of that conversation that wasn't on the public part of your Facebook conversation.
Yeah.
She said something about me.
Yeah.
Which I don't care, but it just goes to show you that she felt that why couldn't she say that to me?
I don't know.
Right? She said I'm a piece of work, which I am. I mean, that's actually true.
Yeah.
So she was halfway there.
Yeah.
Right? She should have just said it, publicly. If you're gonna say it.
Yeah.
If you're not gonna say it publicly, don't say it.
Yeah. Exactly.
But basically, the language of
you
purity,
proved what you said in the affirmative, basically, by doing that.
Right. So for me, a guy who tells you, or a girl who tells you exactly what's on her mind, exactly what's in her heart, right, without any guile, that's much, much, much cleaner than a person who uses polite language.
Yeah.
But conceals their true feelings.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's what needs to be purged. Bullshit. Fucking liars.
Yeah.
Okay. That needs to be banished from the earth. And then we can work on cleaning up,
the actual sound. Yeah.
Like first let the automobile work.
Yeah.
Let it get you from point A to point B. Then you can worry about washing it.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, well, I guess they want to fake it till they make it, but it's all faking and no making. That's what it seems like. It just seems like all
Fake it till you make it, right?
Yeah, listen.
Yeah.
That's
really when people are talking about fake it till you make it,
Yeah.
the term that's used to describe that is really a misnomer.
Yeah.
They're not really saying fake it. They're saying start to act like you have already succeeded at the goal
Yeah.
you are striving towards.
Yeah.
That's what it means.
Well,
Different.
Speaking of goals, I took a walk on Shabbos with my friend, and we went to, he lives in Crown Heights. He lives kind of on the border of Crown Heights and kind of the periphery of it, And so we walked to Prospect Park. You can probably imagine. So that neighborhood next to Prospect Park, Prospect Heights, where the Brooklyn Museum is, that is basically woke central, that whole area. That's where they had that protest. When there was riots, they had a protest in front of the Brooklyn Museum when nobody could leave their house except for people who were ransacking the entirety of the city. And my friend and I are walking there's like a lawn. So on the side of the lawn, there was a bunch of guys. I don't know. Don't judge me on this. It was Shabbos. It's Tisha B'Av. There was a bunch of guys that were playing. They set up, like jazz rock fusion. Obviously not Jews. And we went to see it. We went to see, we're not doing technically malachas. Obviously, it's not. What do they call it? The spirit of Shabbos. And we went to see it. So then, they do their thing for like 15 minutes. And then this lady comes on the mic. I guess I thought she was going to do stand-up comedy. But she gets on the mic. And to me, she looked like, I guess, I have no problem with this. She looked like, a woman who's into women. She looked like a lesbian. Okay, it's not a problem, for me. And she gets on the mic and she goes, "My name is so and so," and then she goes, "My pronouns are they and he." and then that's when we walk. And then we walk away, and then my friend, and then I go, "Dude, they," and then I'm like, go to my friend, "They and he." He's like, "What?" I'm like, "Dude, did you not hear what she said?" He totally was like, didn't even notice. I'm like, "Dude, that's why we walked away, right?" I'm like, "That's why I walked away." He's like, "No, I was walking away because the music was over." I'm like, "Dude, no," because she just blurted out "they and he," and that's when it was over for me. They and he. I don't even know what that would mean.
Don't even try. Who cares?
I know. And then, okay, so then we walk out of the park. Then we're walking. Now we're already walking on, the beginning of Eastern Parkway.
Can I just stop you for a moment?
Okay.
For the folks at home, I encourage. First of all, I encourage you to stay away from people like this.
Yeah.
However, if you're ever put in a situation where somebody's trying to force you to say something idiotic and stupid,
yeah,
right? Or, it's basically the same thing as saying, "Call me Wonder Woman."
Yeah.
Or like you're talking to a guy.
Dude, can I play for you? No, can I play for you? Remember?
In a second. This is not going to be long-winded.
Yeah.
Call me Wonder Woman. Be like, "No, I'm not going to call you that.
Yeah.
I don't care what you think. I don't care what you want me to do.
Yeah.
You don't control language.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do it." Like you have to resist this. Don't give in.
Yeah.
This, okay, go ahead.
You remember Dana Carvey, and he was talking about how Sting got his name, or when Sting let's listen to this.
No.
Okay. I don't know if you can hear this.
Our next guest is one of the stars of Saturday Night Live, and this man in just 2 years now has great people on the show.
Dana Carvey.
Well, I don't know. You get some great people on your show.
Yeah, like name a couple.
Buddy Epson was on once, wasn't he?
Yeah.
It's a callback, ladies and gentlemen. No, Sting was on, and I always kind of admired his work and the fact that he had the guts to use one name, because I don't think you can be too cool without one name. You know, Prince, Madonna, Sting. You know, but his real name is Gordon Sumner, and to change your name to Sting's got to be an embarrassing moment. To announce that to your friends, you're like, "Excuse me, can we stop playing cards for just a moment? I'd like to make a bit of an announcement. Would you guys mind calling me Sting?" Yeah, my name is Bite. This is my buddy Scratch. But
How many more shows do you have this?
So in his stand-up one, I can't find it, but in the stand-up, he describes how when Sting would have said that, his guys would have been like, "F you."
Yeah.
That's the only what I want to tell these people. F you.
That reminds me a little bit of Cedric the Entertainer.
Yeah.
He's like,
oh, dude, delicious.
delicious. He goes, he's like, I'm not calling a grown man delicious.
Here. This is funny. Where the hell is it? Oh, whatever. Yeah, he's like, "Yo, D." He's like, "I'm gonna call another dude delicious." Delicious.
It's my boy Delicious. No,
He's like, you see him across the street. "Hey, Delicious."
I mean, we'll say it if it's funny. Like, for instance, if I think that your nickname is funny, I'll be glad to say it. But if I don't like it, it should be up to my. If that's not, look, if your name is Archibald, that's your real name legally, that what your parents gave you, then I have to call you Archibald, because whether or not I like it, because that's your legit name, right? You're a guy, your name's Archibald, okay? But if you want me to call you, Cockroach, wasn't that
the friend of Theo.
that's Theo's friend on the Cosby Show, right? Like, that's
kind of messed up.
kind
They
of funny.
never gave him that name. That he's like a black guy whose nickname is Cockroach. That's terrible, bro. That's like a racist.
I know that's no. What do you mean racist?
I always thought that was a racist nickname for him.
Why? What does that have to do with racism? I don't
Because
understand.
he's a black guy whose nickname is Cockroach.
Again, you just say
brown.
you're not. Wait, what was that?
Cockroaches are brown and they live in like.
because of the color.
And they live in nasty places and they're cockroaches. They're like nasty.
That's what.
Why do you give a young black man the nickname Cockroach on a show?
I never saw it that way. All
That's
right,
what I was wondering since I'm a kid. I was like, why are you calling this guy Cockroach? It's messed up. I mean, whatever. Like,
right. No, I didn't see that that connection.
what did you think of this?
I just thought it was just like, because he's I don't know. I just thought he was just like a dirty dude. You know what I mean? He's like messy.
Yeah, I guess, but I mean,
he has cockroaches like in his apartment or something. Like, I don't know.
Okay, so why is a black man got to have cockroaches in their apartment? Did you see a white guy with the name Cockroach? I didn't.
What are you talking about? There's a movie called Joe's Apartment with Jerry O'Connell, where it's all about his cockroaches.
No, did you see a white guy with the nickname Cockroach?
No, but I seen a white guy with the
Cockroach.
I seen a white guy with the nickname Boner.
Okay, so there you go. Why does a white guy get to have a nickname that implies that he, does stuff all the time with women?
It doesn't actually.
If anything, a black guy should have that nickname.
It's almost the opposite.
He
Right?
doesn't get anything. He just
Yeah, it's like, it's a problem,
And then there's kid and play. So guess who's the kid and guess, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna call anybody play. Let's be honest. I'll call people kid just because I do that anyway.
Yeah, it's like Brooklyn. Kid san bro. Kid san bro. I used to call it the new martial art, Kid san bro.
Yeah. I remember I wanted to, like, this one dude was so ridiculous. Like, I was in Antigua, and they have this regatta, right? Just like one crazy
You know
summer.
the word regatta, I think of rich ass white people with polo sweaters.
That's not that far from the truth. So basically, there's it's a sailboat race, right? So a lot of my friends on that island some of them still my friends. They worked for a company, a real estate company, you know, for rich vacation homes and stuff like that. Okay, I think it was called La Perla. I'm not 100% sure. No, actually, it was called La Perla, right? So their employees, so they had, you know, so every kind of like Richie type of like business has a boat in the race. You know, they have like you're representing a brand or something like that. So they have their own sailboat, and they race in the regatta. So I was on their boat. Like I volunteered as one of the crew.
Yeah.
It was actually fun. It was pretty cool.
Yeah.
One of the guys there, they called him Pancake.
Oh my God. Why?
Right? And he's just like a lame Caribbean dude. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But you know, he took himself really seriously.
Pancake.
I was like, and so I was like, pancake. That's weird. I was like, why do they call you pancake? Pancake. He's like, because I flip like a pancake. Meaning, you know, if you mess with me, flip on you, you know, that kind of thing. I'm like, shut up.
It's really funny.
And he was like standing like right by the edge of the boat. I'm like, fool, I'll kick you. You fall over the boat. You know what I mean? Try to flip on me. I'll hit you.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's just lame nicknames.
Yeah.
Like that's what this whole like thing is. These pronouns and all this kind of stuff. Like people demanding that you call them by these lame nicknames that they come up for themselves. You know, like it's like me saying like, call me the master, you know, the master blaster, or the, you know, or your highness, the king of the universe, Lenko.
Yeah.
You know, you got to call me that.
Yes.
Like,
F you.
F you. Get the fucking shit. What are you nuts? Get out of here.
Yeah.
The only thing that George Carlin said to me that kind of slightly made me laugh. He goes, "Here's another group of people that should be tied to a chair and beaten with golf clubs."
Yes.
Something like that. You know, he just said that. You know, kind of. He's one of them, by the way, but whatever.
Yeah, but you know.
Yeah.
So I'm walking. We left the park, walking further, and we get in front of. We pass by the Brooklyn Museum, and there's a thing. I don't know what it was. It was a thing. I call it the thing, and not the clown from the movie The Thing. It's a thing, and the thing sees me, and it has a pamphlet in its hand. Would you like to hear about reproductive rights? Or do you have a minute to hear about reproductive rights? And I was just like, it was Shabbos and it was very hot. And I just managed to muster, I'm okay, thank you. What I should have said was, yes, I want, oh no, do you want to talk about reproductive rights? And I should have said, yes, I want to talk about how I have the right to reproduce. So, and then I said to you later that, you know, if the person was a female, remotely attractive, I would have said, I should have joked with her, I have the right to reproduce with you. But since this wasn't even, I don't know what it was. I don't know what it was. To this day, I can't even tell you what it was. My friend, as we passed by, he goes, did you see the hairs on below the shorts? It wasn't like on the leg. It was like right below the shorts. There was like a patch of hairs around the leg below the shorts. And that was it. Then there was also a mustache. But there was this long hair. I don't know what it was. I don't know where it came from. I don't know what it was. I don't know what to make of it. I don't know what to call it. It's just, I guess you could say if he wants to have the pronoun it, I can call it it. You're an it.
Yeah, I mean, if you portray yourself as something that is not like
neutral.
Let's put it this way. All right. You have, you know, we all watch those like National Geographic, kind of like, I'm not going to say documentaries, but the film footage of animals in the Serengeti or in some like, you know, natural environment. And you have the narrator and he's explaining to you, this is the name of the animal. Here's its genus. Here's its species. Here's where it roams. Here's the kind of food that it eats, and everything is about trying to understand and distinguish, right? Yeah. So then you could say, you know, it's understandable. We're trying to understand it better, deeper. Okay. If you're going out of your way to make that difficult, you know what I mean? So you're in it.
Yeah, of course. You can't, there's no nomenclature, there's no classification. There's just like, it's whatever they want to be called, but I'm not going to call them that because it's wrong. It's incorrect.
It's like Pat, you know, Pat.
Yeah, Pat. That's how they psyoped us. They started with this whole Pat thing.
Yeah.
In case you guys don't know, here.
Although Pat is a woman.
Here.
That was Chris Farley's story. I think it was I think Norm Macdonald was telling that story when he got there, or somebody else when they just got to Saturday Night Live, and Chris Farley was already there. So so Chris Farley took this new person to the side, he goes, okay, here's the secret, okay? Pat is a woman.
Yeah. Here, I'm gonna play you the clip. Here, this is the actress. It's actually from the movie. Remember they came out with the movie Pat? So here.
Yeah, Sweeney, right? What's her name?
What he whatever encounters.
No, but the actress's name is Deborah Sweeney. Is that right?
Yeah, Deborah Sweeney. It's a woman. It's chick. But listen to this.
She's cute, and she's cute. She's a cute lady.
Yeah, this is from 1994. Here it says walking in the ghetto. Here.
Sniffing out leads.
Hey, hold on.
When my diary had left few clues behind, I was soon on the trail, sniffing out leads.
Leads.
Hey, dudes, any of you guys steal anything lately?
What are you talking about?
Black,
Like my laptop diary?
black guys.
It's been stolen and I want it back.
What the hell are you doing?
Oh, I know what you're thinking. Am I a Crip or am I a blood?
Yeah, that's what they're thinking.
What I know is, are you a brother or a sister?
Well, I'm an only child.
So, you are
Charismatic?
Spike. What is the word I'm looking for? Androgynous.
Oh, that's right. Androgynous. That's what everyone says about me. Good old androgynous Pat. Pat's always cheerful and androgynous with everybody.
So what the hell are you? A man or a woman?
Runs away.
You know what's funny in that movie, right? You have this actor, John Rocket.
Yeah.
Am I saying his name right?
Hold on.
I want to make sure that
They
I'm
do,
getting-
by the way, when you ask them in person, when you want to talk to them, they run away. That's exactly what they do. They just run away.
I just want to make sure that I get his name right because
Charles Rocket.
Charles Rocket. I apologize. Charles Rocket. He's an actor that I really enjoy, by the way.
Yeah. He's also plays one of these kind of like slithery characters.
Right. He's a really good comic actor, you know?
Yeah. He's like a decent looking guy, but he plays these kind of like
he's a good looking guy, tall, good looking guy, but he plays like a goofball, you know?
He did Weekend Update, and then for some reason he mysteriously kind of disappeared off the.
No, because he cursed. He cursed.
Oh, that's what it was.
Yeah, he used foul language, and then he didn't even really try to kind of feel bad about it. He's like, oh, I'm so,
like live on the.
It was live, yeah. So I think that's
there you go. So like the FCC is speaking of which, the FCC is sitting there. When the FCC is sitting there and telling you what you can and can't say, that's one thing.
Yeah, not Chazal, the FCC. So basically, no, but in this movie, Pat, Charles Rocket, his character is obsessed with finding out.
Yeah,
he's the most obsessed of all people in the movie, and you see him start to go progressively insane.
Yeah,
trying to figure out, is it a man or is it a woman? I suggest, folks, that we don't follow his example.
Yeah, just don't even
don't care.
Yeah.
The more you care, the more power you give.
Yeah.
And also, you don't have to call them by their pronoun. You don't have to talk. If somebody demands that you, how about this? Here's a good way.
This is what Jordan Peterson was fighting in this lawsuit in Canada, the compelled speech thing.
Yeah. If somebody demands that you address them a certain way, refuse to speak to them, period.
Yeah.
That's it. Simple.
Yeah.
That's probably the best way.
So after this,
don't allow yourself to be pressured into this, and don't be like, okay, I'll just do this.
Yeah.
I'll get it out of the way, and then I won't have to deal with. People who make that decision are allowing this process to unfold.
Yeah. so after these two kind of encounters within whatever 10 minutes of each other, I got into my head. I was like, wow, this is not even just about the Jews. The world needs a refuah and the Yeshua, because we can't. I was just telling my friend, we were sitting on a bench, and I was like, with these
Tell the
schmucks,
folks at home
the world needs healing and salvation, because
Yeshua means salvation.
yeah. Because I was telling my friend, we were sitting on the bench, and I was telling him, these schmucks don't understand is that if they vote in the people that they want to vote in, like all the commies and all the wokies and all these schmucks that they want to vote for, they don't understand, and there's no way they're going to understand until it happens, that they're going to be eaten first. I said, what happened in the Soviet Union to these kind of people? These all these like they and he and them and whatever, they all got sent to mental hospital, psichushka. That's what happened to them at best. Why? Because they have gender dysphoria, because they're sick. They need a psychological evaluation. They need, I don't know what they need. Treatment.
There are people who want to get their limbs removed. Like there's a condition where a person wants to have, they can't help it. They just want to have an operation to have their right leg removed, for instance. That's a real thing.
Yeah.
That's sickness. That should not be humored. You shouldn't do that.
Now you may ask, why did Hashem?
And the same thing for people who want to cut off their dick.
Yeah.
Or who want to grow one.
Now the question is, why did Hashem create people this way? To, for what? For what purpose? Just like to show us deformity, or what? Like to show what is the?
First of all, let me say, I don't know. At best, we can speculate. Okay. So I think that it does have something to do with past lives, with rectifications. Okay. I don't know how that works out. Okay. But basically, I could almost say for certain, based on stuff that I read, information from the RE and similar sources, that if a person is faced with a situation where they have a very strong personal will to do something that is very, very much against what is clearly stated in the Torah as going against God's will.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So in the previous life, they were faced with a situation like that. Let's say they were a huge fan of pork sausages. To the extent that they couldn't, they couldn't think about, most of what they thought about in the course of the day were pork sausages.
Yeah.
Okay. And then they gave into it and they ate pork sausages. Okay. So in the next life, they're going to be given the opportunity to rectify that by being put in a situation again where they crave something that is very much against God's will. So, and they have to resist it this time.
Can I play to you a clip? There's a clip from this rabbi on YouTube of Avraham Shira. I don't know if you know who this guy is. He talks all about, he's into Kabbalah and stuff like that. I think he lives in Israel. American. I think he's about Shuvah. And this is a clip. He's talking about gender identity, homosexuality. What does Kabbalah say and all these things? Yeah. By the way, I didn't listen to this yet. FYI.
All right, let's see what happens.
Where does the gender identity conflict begin? Well, Rabbi Chaim lists for us several situations where people actually have to reincarnate as their opposite gender soul.
Based on what you said.
And this is not considered a vacation. This is not considered a reward from heaven. But rather, he tells us that when a male commits a crime against a female, that if that male soul does not repent, does not return and make amends and fix what he's damaged, he can be faced with the option of returning into the world as a female in a female body to experience the suffering that he caused to a female in a previous lifetime.
Wow.
Now that sounds bizarre, right? But it can work both ways as well. If a female soul causes harm, suffering to a male soul, that female soul can come back into a male body. It's a female soul, but in a male body, to experience the suffering of that person or that paradigm of experience. So, you know, wait a minute here. If this is all true, and I'm sure some of you might say, this is crazy. And, you know, before I learned these things for the last 30 years, I would have agreed with you. But when you get into the practice and the prayers and the meditations and of the Kabbalah, and your soul starts to open up, you see how much sense it actually makes. And Kabbalah is called divine science. Now, so if a soul is reincarnated, a female soul comes back in a male body, or a male soul comes back in a female body, we can understand why people don't feel right in their gender. Doesn't that make sense? How many times have you heard a person said, I've always felt like a man, or I've always felt like a girl, when they were the opposite gender? Well, that's because there's the root of that truth within them. However, this is not the only case that a soul can reincarnate and into different forms. We also have a situation where the first man, Adam and Eve, received what the Kabbalah calls a union with the primordial snake. Now, again, we have to remove our old world religion ideas about the Garden of Eden, because it was a non-physical plane, first of all. The Arizal writes that there was no such thing as the physical world until Adam and Eve actually experienced the duality of consciousness by being bitten, so to speak, right, by the snake. But what was that bite all about? Well, Rabbi Chaim explains for us that when the primordial snake seduced Eve, he wasn't just trying to make her eat the apple. The Torah, the Zohar teaches us that he wanted Eve for himself, and he wanted Adam out of the picture. Now, that sounds like a script we've heard before, right? But what happened was, when we're told that she ate from the apple, that's a metaphor for Adam actually unifying with her soul. Remember, they're not physical. It's very easy to unify with another soul when you don't have a body in the way, because they're lights, and lights interchange, interflux between each other. It's only the body that keeps us separate altogether. And if you go out of your body, you know you can pass through a wall or somebody else's soul, just like they do in the movies. Where they get it from? You don't think the Hollywood writers read Kabbalah in English nowadays?
Of course they do.
Of course they do. Okay. But what happened was that every human being is born with two impulses, a good impulse and a bad impulse. Now, good and bad are, of course, terms that are heatedly argued in the modern world. People want to say there is no good and bad. Some people say it's all good, and so you do whatever you want. But these things are violations of the philosophy of the Torah and the Kabbalah, because in their roots in heaven, everything is all good. But when they get expressed down here in the vessels of this world, then there's a split again between what's called good and what's called evil. Now, good is order in a general sense, and chaos is called evil. Now, chaos just means things aren't in their place. Now, what happens to the soul? What happens to Adam and Eve, Chava and Adam, is that when the snake unifies with Chava, he also unified with Adam. And what happened? He mixed up their souls together in order that Adam received part of Eve's soul, and Eve received part of Adam's soul. And so Adam, whose natural built-in inclination was to be with his wife, had an additional desire added to it because of the snake. And that was Eve's desire for man.
That's it. So what do you think?
Yeah, I mean that's pretty much what I've heard too.
You nailed it.
I think so.
No.
Okay, so there's the whole thing about Rabbi Bax, he wrote about that too.
Yeah.
There's an essay that he wrote.
Essay? Like a
No, not like Kino.
I wrote my essay in Denver.
Yeah.
You hear the South Park,
Orale.
No, did you hear the here? This is Cartman has to write an essay, like a paper.
Yeah.
Listen to this. It's just I have to play this. We have to wait 14 seconds for the stupid ad.
Right.
Writing essays. The boys encounter a problem with their essays. Come on, stupid.
They better be done with the book reports. School starts in 15 minutes.
Mexican guys.
They'll be done. Okay, by done. Okay, by done. All right, did you read the book? What was it about? In case our teacher asks us.
He starts there, the old man, and his job is to catch the fish. So he get in the boat.
Old man in the sea.
To try and catch the fish.
That sounds like Slowpoke Rodriguez.
The old man.
Speedy Gonzalez's cousin.
Listen. Yeah.
Oh, then he fight the fish some more, and he finally catch the fish.
He catches the fish so then he can make money.
No, because on the way home, the sharks come and eat the fish, and so he no make money.
That's it? That's the whole story?
See?
All right, did you write the 4 essays?
See, we all wrote essays for you.
All right. Okay, let's have them.
Have what?
You said you all wrote essays. Where are they?
Well, my essay lives in Miami. I wrote to him like you said, but I don't think he got the letter yet.
I wrote my essay in Albuquerque.
I wrote 3 essays. My essay back home, my essay in Denver, and my essay in Glenwood even wrote me back. Thanks for writing me, essay.
Dude, we're totally fucked now. Why the hell would we pay you to fight your friends?
We thought it was kind of strange.
This is your fault, Marcus. Now we're gonna fail. You guys' school starts in 10 minutes. Son of a bitch.
Sorry.
Crazy.
I wrote my essay in Denver. Anyway, you're talking about essays.
Yeah.
I know we're not supposed to laugh on this day, but that was kind of fun.
I think it's meaningful that I'm hoping that it means what I want it to mean, that Tisha B'Av fell on Shabbat.
Yeah.
Meaning, today is not really Tisha B'Av. It's just we're fasting because we don't want to make it seem like we're cheating, like we're not marking like we're not marking the date, like we're not observing it. We don't want to get we get out of something that we're supposed to do, but it really isn't Tisha B'Av.
I always, by the way, found it interesting that if Yom Kippur falls on Shabbos, you fast on Shabbos.
Because Yom Kippur is it's called the Shabbos of all Shabboses.
Yeah.
And on Yom Kippur, the idea of fasting, it's not really about hurting yourself.
Yeah.
It's about transcending the physical and getting to a state where you're disconnecting from the physical and getting closer to the spiritual, to your soul and to God and to the spiritual world, which doesn't need food. But food,
like you're just in the shaman. That's it.
Yeah, like food kind of drags you down and makes you more earthy and separates you from those kind of things. And so, because you want to be closer, you kind of, it's kind of, I don't want to be crude, but there is a parallel which might be crude. You know what I mean? Like, think about it. If you, let's say you're gonna go and meet a beautiful woman. Okay, you're not married, you're very excited to go meet a beautiful, or you are married, whatever, and your wife is a beautiful woman. What? It doesn't matter, you know? And you know that you're going to meet up with them to be with them intimately, right? You're not going to eat a calzone about an hour before that experience.
Yeah.
Right? To borrow an expression from my least favorite comedian, who I don't like at all.
Yeah.
Nick DiPaolo. Okay.
By the way, in case you guys are wondering why he says that, it's because whenever he mentions comedians that he likes, they plots.
Yeah. So
we don't want them to. We don't want this guy to plots. We don't want
he's like the only one left. Leave him alone.
Yeah.
You know?
That's pretty much it.
Yeah. You know, Bill Burr is not on my list anymore.
Bill Burr has been scratched off.
Obviously, he's safe. Okay?
Dave Chappelle has been scratched off.
He scratched off a long time ago. Okay. But anyway, so
Chris Rock definitely scratched off.
Right. No, okay, so Nick DiPaolo, he had this like routine where he's like, you know how I know when I'm getting older? Because I was talking to this beautiful lady at a bar, and things are going well, and she's like, you know, let's go home together. And I turned her down because I felt, you know, a bowel movement coming on.
Oh my God.
Right. He goes, I was C-blocked by a calzone I had, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon or something like that. So I tried to clean it up a little bit. I mean, he didn't use as refined language as I did, believe it or not. But just to kind of put that aside for a second, right? If you're going to be intimate with someone, right, you kind of want to be light in the tummy, right? You don't want to be weighed down like after a big feast. That just doesn't. It's not good. It's not attractive. That's not the state of mind, and that's not the state you want your body to be in, and the state of mind that you want to be in. You know, lethargic and kind of like, you know, when you're gonna engage in intimacy.
Yeah.
And so Yom Kippur is supposed to be the ultimate expression of intimacy between a human being and God.
Yeah.
So, you know, again, I don't think that parallel is an accident.
No.
Okay. So basically, yeah. But I just think that it's cool that it ended up on Shabbat, because maybe, you know, like that's kind of an expression of like the worst the worst day that we commemorate falling out on Shabbat. Shabbat represents the coming of Mashiach in Olam Haba.
Yeah.
Right. So it's like I want to interpret it as a message saying that, you know, Tisha B'Av has been nullified.
Yeah.
Like, you know, it's gone now.
Listen, we've had Nidche, we call Nidche Tisha B'Avs before. So
No, I know. I'm just saying that I want.
You're far away from the mic. I can't hear you so well.
Give me 1 minute.
Sure.
Less.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're just waiting for Frank to get something. Where is he? We don't know. Where he went, we don't know. Maybe the cats got to eat, even though the humans have to fast.
I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, there's some weirdo kind of loitering outside of my. Fine, I'm back. So I'm saying that that I want to interpret the fact that, you know, that it felt like that it's like an opportunity. It's an auspicious energy for, you know, for the actual redemption. You know, it makes it feel like it's occurring or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying that that's what I want. That's what I want it to be.
Yeah.
Okay. So can I read a little bit about Tisha B'Av just to give people a basic idea of what it is. I'm going to read the Chabad, just Chabad.org. What is Tisha B'Av?
Yeah.
Really short, by the way. Okay, so Tisha B'Av, by the way, the actual way to pronounce it is Tisha B'Av.
Yeah.
Which means the 9th of Av. Av is a Jewish month. When you look at the Jewish calendar, Av is one of the months, sometimes referred to as Menachem Av.
Yeah.
Okay. And Tesha is 9. So it's the 9th of the month of Av.
Yeah.
It's the 12th of June, whatever. You know what I mean? It's just like,
yeah.
It doesn't have like a name, like a special name. It's just a date.
Yeah.
And people say Tisha B'Av because it's kind of like when you say Tesha B'Av fast, it sounds like Tisha B'Av. So then it just became Tisha B'Av, whatever.
It just flows into itself.
Yeah. Okay. So, so this is considered the saddest day on the Jewish calendar. Really, it's the saddest day for the entire world. But we'll talk about that separately. So this is the saddest day of the Jewish calendar. You know what? I'll just say it quickly. The reason it's the saddest day for the entire world was because the temples were destroyed on this day. All true blessing, beauty, and like abundance come into the world, flowed into the world because of the services carried out in the temple. And that's for the whole world. That's for all nations. Yeah. Everything that they needed, everything that they liked, bountiful harvests, beautiful women, beautiful people, health, gorgeous nature, scenery, whatever, all that stuff that flowed from the blessings that were caused by the rituals that were carried out in the temple, and for all nations, for all humans, and for all the creatures as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so when the temple was destroyed, our world became, if you were to see what our world looked like when the temple stood and what it looks like now, you wouldn't get out of bed in the morning.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so that's why it was tragic for the whole world and many more other reasons. Okay, back to the text. So this is the saddest day of the Jewish calendar on which we fast. We deprive ourselves and pray. It's the culmination of what's called the 3 weeks.
Yeah.
This is a period of time during which we mark the destruction of the Holy Temple in Jerusalem. So basically, 3 weeks ago in a day, I believe the Romans breached the walls of Jerusalem, and then 3 weeks later they succeeded in destroying the temple.
Yeah.
Okay. I think there was the same. Okay, I'm not sure if it was the same pattern with the Babylonians, but anyway. So what happened on the 9th of Av? So before the actual destruction of the first and the second temple, this day was also still a very, very tragic day, one of the worst days, because in the year 1313 BC, the spies, BCE, the spies returned from the promised land. This is with Moses, right? When they were in the wilderness, they sent spies, right, into Israel. So the spies returned from the promised land with frightening reports, and the Israelites balked at the at the prospect of entering the land. And then God decreed that they would therefore wander in the desert for 40 years. Okay, so that's what happened. That was Tisha B'Av. Okay, so, and then after that, we had both holy temples were destroyed on this date.
Yeah.
First was burned by the Babylonians in the year 423 BCE, and the second temple fell to the Romans in 70 CE. And this unleashed a period of suffering from which our nation is still suffering.
Yeah.
The Bar Kokhba revolt against the Romans in the year 133 CE ended in defeat. And the Jews of Beitar, this is a city in Israel, they were butchered on Tisha B'Av, and the Temple Mount was plowed 1 year later on the same date.
Yeah.
Later on in our history, many more tragedies happened on this day, including the year 1290, which the Jews were expelled from England, and also in 1492, like the actual, technically the Spanish Inquisition, like kind of officially began on Tisha B'Av, when the Jews were banished from Spain. Okay, So how do we observe? Actually, let's read a little bit more about stuff that happened.
Mhm.
Okay. It would seem that both world wars began on Tisha B'Av.
Yeah. Yep.
So let me just read about Spain again for a second.
Yeah.
1492, the golden age of Spain came to a close when Queen Isabella and her husband Ferdinand ordered the Jews be banished from the land. The edict of expulsion was signed on March 31st, 1492. And the Jews were given exactly 4 months to put their affairs in order and leave the country. The Hebrew date on which no Jew was allowed any longer to remain in the land where he had enjoyed welcome and prosperity. Oh, by now you know it. That's Tisha B'Av, the 9th of Av. Okay. And then both world wars began.
Yeah.
World
Can I
War
read to you real quick from the Wikipedia thing? It says Germany entered World War I on Tisha B'Av, which caused massive upheaval in European Jewry and whose aftermath led to the Holocaust because Hitler was in it. And then it says SS Commander August 2nd, 1941, Tisha B'Av, SS Commander Heinrich Himmler formally received approval from the Nazi Party for the final solution. As a result, the Holocaust began, which almost 1/3 of the world's Jewish population perished. On July 23rd, 1942, began the mass deportation of Jews from Warsaw Ghetto en route to Treblinka, and then 94, the AMIA bombing of the Jewish Community Center in Buenos Aires, killed 85, injured 300, and then in 2005, we got removed Jews from Gush Katif, disengagement from Gaza, which today we feel because there's a war now, and we just have 1,000 rockets, and we just have had this quagmire for the last 17 years. With these,
you gave the enemy a nice strategic area to continually, bomb your country. Good idea. Good choice.
And by the way, Ovadia Yosef, I hope I'm not misattributing, but I think he agreed with it. Unfortunately, I don't know. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what to say to that.
That's very disturbing. If it's true, we got to be sure about that kind of thing.
Yeah. Here. But then he said, okay, that's interesting, because then he said, Ovadia Yosef said Hurricane Katrina is God's punishment for this engagement. He said this in 2005. So like, why are people saying that he agreed with it? Maybe he agreed with giving away land, like not.
Yeah, I think it's better. It's always, I've discovered something when people make statements about things that rabbis said.
Yeah.
It's almost always a lie.
Yeah.
Meaning about what the rabbi said.
Yeah.
It's like when you actually look at the statement, it takes hard to get to the actual source.
Yeah. It's really weird. I don't know. Like, here it says, this is one of the posts from Times of Israel in 2013. So they were saying like controversial quotes by Ovadia Yosef. So he said, Hurricane Katrina was divine punishment for godlessness and American support for disengagement from Gaza. He actually did say this. So that's why. Oh my God. There was a tsunami and there are terrible natural disasters because there isn't enough Torah study. Thank you. Black people reside there. Blacks will study the Torah. Let it. Okay, this is like whatever. Hundreds of thousands have remained homeless. Tens of thousands have been killed. All this because they have no God. Bush was behind Gush Katif, the Gaza settlement block. He encouraged Sharon to expel Gush Katif. We had 15,000 people expelled here, and there 150,000. It was God's retribution. God does not shortchange anyone. Oh, in Katrina, 150,000. Yeah. I don't know. It's weird. It's really weird. Why would somebody?
Yeah.
Why would somebody say that he was in favor? I keep hearing that he was in favor, not of Gush Katif, but in favor of like sometimes, I don't know. It's very strange. Here, let's see. Rav Ovadia retracted land for peace ruling. Interesting. Let's see. Jewish press says this is a Jewish press article. So that's interesting. He had the ruling and he retracted. So here.
I think in order to, I get the feeling, because out of personal experience. The only way to ever get a really accurate, to get the story right, is like sometimes you literally have to go to the people that were next to him at the time, like his secretaries and all the people who were there.
So speaking of which, what you're saying, I want to read from Jewish press. I think there might be something in that.
I don't think so, but okay.
I'm just curious to read this. See, it says letter. So this is a letter. Reveals Rav Ovadia retracted land for peace ruling in 2003. Because the ruling was in 1993. So he says another big. So there you go. Another big lie exposed. Rav Ovadia favored giving up land for peace in 1993, but when the PA blew up the Oslo Accords 10 years later, Rabbi ruled Oslo is null and void. This is not the peace I meant. So here it says, Rav Ovadia Yosef reversed his famous land for peace ruling of 1993 after the Palestinian Authority literally exploded in Israel's face a decade later with the large-scale terrorist attacks, including suicide bombings. The revelation of the letter, seen below, so they actually posted the letter, explains Rav Ovadia's incredibly strong statements in recent sermons, such as one of the most famous ones 3 years ago when he said of Palestinian Authority, also this is written in 2013, so he said it in 2010. All these evil people should perish from this world. God should strike them with a plague, them and these Palestinians. In 1993, when the prospect of peace turned into a mantra that mass media used to blind themselves and wishful thinkers, the idea of Israel surrendering Judea and Samaria and Gaza for peace with Yasser Arafat was pushed by U.S. President Bill Clinton. The Israeli government was split, and the Shas party, which obeyed whatever Rav Ovadia said, withstood arguments from nationalists and kept the Rabin Peres coalition government alive with his famous ruling in favor of giving up land for peace, because it is a matter of pikuach nefesh, saving the lives. By the way, I want to look up who was in the Shas party at that time. I'm really curious. After Rav Ovadia died, Israel's populist but rather ignorant media turned the funeral into a peace festival that obliterated the greatness of the rabbi who wrote 50 books and who was cited all over the world as one of the greatest Torah sages ever. The expert analysis on Israel radio and the mass media explained that Rav Ovadia was a great man, but not because of his brilliant mind that lived and breathed Torah, not because of the Shas party that he founded and turned it into a kingmaker in Israeli politics. Land for peace was the reason 800,000 Jews from all sects of Israeli society came to the funeral. That's what the media actually said.
Unbelievable.
Haaretz wrote that, yeah. What they did not say is that 10 years after Oslo, during the Second Intifada, that is also known as the Oslo War, Rav Ovadia ruled exactly the opposite. Instead of land for peace being an issue to save the lives of Jews, it had become clear that it was a concept that endangered Jews. Arafat's quote-unquote peace, which murdered more than 1,000 Jews, wounded thousands of others, and which continues until today under the invisible hand of Mahmoud Abbas, is not the peace Rav Ovadia had in mind. He wrote, "My dear brothers of Israel, residents of Judea and Samaria, it is my intention to make clear my position concerning Judea and Samaria. I have explained more than once since my halakhic ruling that giving up land for peace has no validity in light of the current situation. I intended there be a true peace in which Jerusalem and its surroundings will be secure in peace and quiet. But now our eyes see that surrendering our holy land causes a danger to life. This is not the peace for which we pray. Therefore, the Oslo Accords are null and void." Rav Ovadia then cited the verse from Psalms that states, "I speak peace and they speak war." Just as populist media falsified Rav Ovadia's ruling, it has turned Jews in Israel and all over the world into victims of ignorant and slanderous reporting of Rav Ovadia's Saturday night sermons.
Absolute liars.
They took phrases out of context and without any understanding that the rabbi was speaking the language his constituents understood, which is not the style of pseudo-sophisticated Ashkenazi elite, and certainly not that of bleeding heart media. The Eish HaTorah website once quoted Rav Ovadia with comments that stated much clearer his idea of land for peace. It quoted Rav Ovadia as saying, Rav Ovadia Yosef stated, "If the heads and commentators of the army, together with the government, state that saving of life is involved, that if areas of Israel are not given back, the danger exists of immediate war on the part of our Arab neighbors. And if the areas are returned to them, this danger of war will be averted, and that there is a chance of permanent peace, then it seems that according to all opinions, it is permitted to return areas of Israel in order to achieve this aim, since nothing is more important than the saving of life. The Palestinian Authority war of terror on Israel in the 1990s, after the Oslo Accords did not satisfy Arafat's appetite to swallow up Israel, took a breather towards the end of the decade when the Barak government was on the verge of giving Arafat almost everything he wanted. Page 2, 1 second. Hello, page 2, where are you? Kitzer, we understand. We understand now. Here we go. However, 97% of land of Judea and Samaria and Gaza was not enough for the Palestinian Authority, and he launched the Oslo War that clearly made Rav Avadia's ruling irrelevant to the new reality we plan for terror. So here's my question, man. Why would he rule like that to begin with? Didn't he understand that this is BS? Why would he be so naive at that time? Or just he was doing it just to show, give an illustration of that it's BS, or what? He knew it was BS?
I guess one would be forced to come to that conclusion, because if we say that he was intelligent and had, and had just even the most basic instinct about, about the nature and what's actually going to happen, because even, it doesn't take a genius to figure out that that's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Okay. They all knew it.
Yeah.
Okay. So, if we're saying that he's smart, then it has to be that he did this because, this will finally show everybody that it's impossible to make peace with these people who don't want to make peace. Everything they do has another agenda entirely. It's not about peace at all.
Yeah.
Okay. I can't imagine any other reason why he would have done it.
Yeah.
Which even that, I'm just trying to, get into that mindset. I don't agree at all that was the correct thing to do. I think that stop playing like strategic games psychologically. Okay? Stop trying to do reverse psychology and just always be truthful.
Yeah. Yeah.
People can feel that.
Yeah. Well,
I really, by the way, nothing makes me kind of more repelled from seeking the advice of any type of person in general, whether it be, medical advice or spiritual advice from a rabbi, right? Than being manipulated psychologically.
Yeah.
Even for my own good, according, as they would imagine in their mind.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it makes a person feel like a fool. It makes me feel like a fool for coming to you and for thinking that you could take a concern of mine seriously.
Yeah.
It makes, for the most part, if a person has a spiritual question, right? Like, I guess the most recent one, like, how do you, get in touch with souls in the next world? How do you have a real conversation, a real one? If you don't, the best answer, if you don't know, should be, I have no idea. Instead of trying to, help me out like a psychologist would, or looking at it as a cry for help.
Yeah.
Okay. If a person has a question about something of a spiritual nature, right? I guess you have to make a determination and say, the rabbi has to make a determination for himself, and whether or not the person they're speaking to is crazy or not, right?
Yeah.
But if they make the decision the person is crazy, they have to immediately say, I feel like you are unstable. I feel like you need to get psychological help, and they have to be outright with that, right?
Yeah.
But you don't want to be wondering whether or not the rabbi thinks you're crazy. You don't want to be wondering whether or not the rabbi is, handling you.
Yeah.
You understand? Like, I heard this one story about, there's a lady who thought that her house was possessed by a ghost, right? Yeah. And so this rabbi, he was, she went to speak to this rabbi, and he wanted to help her, right? So what he did was he brought a chauffeur to her house, and he blew the chauffeur, and he said, now, the ghosts are scared of, that's what I'm talking about. That's handling a person. That's not being real with them. That's treating them like they're a piece of shit, essentially.
Yeah.
Like they're a baby. You understand? The situation should be like this. If the rabbi thinks, he goes, lady, I don't think that there's a ghost in your house. I think that you are mentally unwell and you need help.
Yeah.
Okay. That's understandable and acceptable. Okay.
Yeah.
But getting handled is lying. Okay. And it makes a person like me at least feel that you can't get a word of truth.
Yeah.
When you go to a rabbi and you have a really actual spiritual question, not a moral question, not a social question, an actual spiritual phenomenon question. You don't feel like you're ever going to be taken seriously.
Yeah.
Even if they've assessed that you are mentally stable. Okay. So this falls into that category where, you try to play mental games. Oh, you see, let give away Gaza, and then they're going to start doing what they do. And then the whole world will understand. See, you can't work with these people.
Yeah. Yeah.
That is the same.
The world that clearly doesn't understand. It didn't convince anybody.
What the people of Israel and the world understands it.
Yeah.
And the leadership of Israel understands it. Yeah. But what the people of Israel don't understand, the citizens, is that everybody but them, they do understand it and they like it.
Yeah.
They like the fact that you give away land and then they attack you.
Yeah.
That's what Israelis don't understand. They don't like you.
Yep. You know how we know? Because these guys in Jaffa today, in Tel Aviv, Arabs are running around Allahu Akbar when they see rockets in the sky.
Forget Arabs. That goes without saying pretty much.
No, but I mean, like, these are like citizens.
I'm talking about Europe. I'm talking about the countries that Israel wants to be, compared with or buddied with.
Yeah.
They want to be like, modern,
As our friend Lala says, Munich is sister city with Beersheba. Whoop-de-freaking do.
Yeah, Lala, all these things are just lip service. Do you understand?
Yeah.
These are you can have sister cities, you can have museums established, you can have galas.
No, sommelier events with
right. You could
French
have all
Italian wines and blah blah blah.
You could have all these frills and all this fluff, but you can't have security and peace. You can't have a life where you walk around without getting stabbed or raped.
Yeah.
That you can have, but you could have a lovely televised 70th anniversary of your establishment.
Yeah.
Okay, it's meaningless. Essentially, it is. Okay, so it's kind of like I remember during one of the podcasts we were doing with Lowell.
Yeah.
Somebody mentioned marching in the streets for Russian Jews.
Yeah.
Right? You have to, somebody said you have to acknowledge what American Jews did for Russian Jews. I'm like, who? Are you talking about Mayor Kahana and some of his buddies? Right? Yeah. And they're like, no. Well, for my son marched in the streets. Marching in the streets is a waste of time.
Yeah.
It does nothing.
Dude, you know how I know it's a waste of time? Because I know a guy who came to America at that time from a Russian Jew, became Baal Tshuva, met his wife who was marching in the streets for Russian Jews, and she's also Baal Tshuva, and she's been a Democrat her whole life. She's still a Democrat. And you know what she did recently after the 2020 election or before the election? She wrote a nice little op-ed to the New York Times saying, here's why Russian Jews vote for Trump, somebody like a Trump. And I know these people very well because I marched for them and da, 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 da. She basically threw the entire Russian Jewish community under the freaking bus. So, пошли они все в жопу.
Не все.
Some of them. Because half of them are still voting for Democrats. I don't need your marches if you're still voting for Democrat demon cats.
Demon
Мне твои марши было 40 лет назад.
Don't put cats into this. Sounds closer.
That's how Michael Savage called them, demon cats.
Michael Savage is a savage.
Whatever. He's a good guy. He's a good guy. He's a good guy.
He's not. I mean, he's weird.
Whatever. But anyway, speaking of, I think he was a truth first. If you listen to his old show, he was the first truth fanatic, in my opinion. That's neither here nor there.
I don't think so, man.
All right. Well, That's what I think.
See,
Anyway.
you know what's going on? What I noticed, like what Trump revealed, like in the whole course of his campaign, and is like, especially during the campaign, but also his presidency, that he had these like allies, right? Supposedly allies. And then when they weren't chosen to be on his staff or some kind of position that they were hoping to get by sucking up to him, they immediately turned on him.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, and I think Savage was one of these guys.
Maybe. I don't know.
Right?
No, but he's still for Trump, so he posts stuff.
Like, and what's her name? And
Coulter? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, she's a turncoat.
She's the king of those.
Dude, I would call her a turncoat, but I don't even think she can wear a coat because she's like a size -4.
I'm not gonna start attacking her physical, characteristics, because that's what
I will. She looks like a skeleton. But anyway,
that's what I actually think that she's very, very, very thin.
Her and Bill Maher got it. They had a.
I know. She's friends with Bill Maher. Okay, which
they had a
which is a little bit suspicious.
They had a romp.
I don't. You see, there's no point to get into that. It has nothing to do with the, with the fact that she of what her character is.
Yeah, no, I know. I just think it's funny, like somebody like her and him. And
right. So a person
weird shit up,
Right. So she writes a book, right, and it has a lot of truth in it.
Yeah.
But you're not a truth fanatic if you do something like that.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about Michael Savage. I don't know. I got to check into that. I don't know. I actually don't know fully, so maybe I shouldn't have said anything. I retract, I suppose. All right. Yeah.
Right. You should write a letter retracting.
I'm not going to write a letter. I'm just going to make a statement. If I wrote a letter, crapping on him, then I'd have to write a letter to uncrap the crap.
Yeah.
So.
But anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. So like these marches, like you said, that they mostly hot air, I guess. I don't know.
It's basically virtue signaling.
Yeah.
It's like showing up for lefty shul.
My God.
You know what I mean?
Dude, I went to Chabad for Eicha last night. We went to Chabad of Brooklyn Heights, which is actually very good. That's actually Amar Stadamar shul when he's here. But we passed by another shul a couple doors down with a rainbow flag. And,
shul with a rainbow flag? Where?
Next, like couple doors down from Chabad of Brooklyn Heights, which is the one. It's
all right. I mean, you can't blame Chabad for that. I mean, that's
not Chabad. No, I'm not blaming Chabad. I'm just saying. I'm just giving you, what I saw yesterday. Not Chabad. It wasn't Chabad.
Yeah.
It was a couple doors down. But they had like a Tisha B'av service, I guess. But they also had a rainbow flag, so that's how they roll over there.
Why bother? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
So what else do we have to unpack?
Our bags.
But seriously though. Seriously.
So, I mean, this whole thing now, there's a war, and I talked about how basically all these Hasbara organizations, I want to wring their necks. Israel advocacy organizations. Iron Dome, stop 97%, 95% of the rockets. You putzes, we don't need Iron Dome if we didn't pull people out of their homes. We don't need any of this stuff. They're such shills, like a shill, like a person who dances around, not dances around, a person who like praises a foreign power.
Yeah.
It's just this, it's disgusting. It's like this 8-pack and Schmay-pack and C-pack and Nord-pack and Pac-pack and Pac-Man and losers. You're all world ZOA. I ran with you for World's Night. Losers. You're losers. You've won nothing. You've accomplished nothing. You've done nothing. And I only know that because I sat in granted it was COVID. I get it. It was a Zoom conference, but the leftists were running it. Okay, we won the election. We won handily, the right-wing bloc, The leftists were running the show. They were running proceedings. They were running everything. Losers. Вы ничего не сделали. Losers. All your organizations, all your hasbara, all your thing, all your pandering to America and очередной президент, the latest president, losers. We're like a 51st state. Maybe, if that.
Not even.
Sad. Yeah. It's like a vassal, like a loser vassal of America. The government. I'm talking about the government. I'm not talking about the land. Guys, don't get it twisted. You know, people were accusing me when I was going against the government about this Shmovid thing. They're like, "Oh, you're like one of the spies." I had these Dati Leumi people. You're like one of the spies. I'm like, dude, just like you and Sadmer both get it twisted. The government is not the freaking land. There's the land of Israel and then the government of Israel. That's it.
Absolutely. You have the people of Israel and the land of Israel, and that's it. You don't. The government.
You know. Iron Dome, $3 billion, and Obama, all the Democrats. Obama was, he was giving us. How can you say that he's against Israel? I can say it because he is. Because of who his mentors are. He was rubber stamping a congressional bill that was way before his time.
Even though everything you're saying is 100% correct, something about it bothers me.
About what? The rubber stamping?
No, just, this sentiment that you have. Everything you're saying is correct, by the way.
Okay.
But it feels like it's an echo or a rerun of everything that goes on all the time in Israel, It feels like it doesn't feel like part of the progress of getting through it or past it.
Yeah.
Mind you, everything you're saying is correct. I'm just saying, I wish that we could say something to smash through this prison.
I spoke to my friends. Listen, I wasn't calling them losers when I made a video about this. I said,
no, they are.
No. Well, that's the thing. Like there are some of my friends who I love dearly who post about Iron Dome, and I say to them, guys, I hope you. And a lot of them also disagree with the Gush Katif pull out. And I'm trying to make them think. I'm telling them, you realize that the only reason we have this Iron Dome is because we pulled out of Gush Katif. Stop praising Iron Dome, and instead start yelling at the government to return to handle whoever needs to be handled in Gaza, the latest Hasidic group, Hamas, Lehavdil, Islamic Jihad, whoever, they're all like different Hasidus, basically. That's all they are.
No, dude.
No, you know what I mean? I'm Lehavdil. Like they're different Hasidic groups in Islam.
No.
What?
No, it's not. It's. I get what you're trying to say, but it's really, really, really off.
I'm saying Lehavdil.
They're nothing like Hasidim at all.
I know they're nothing like Hasidim. I'm talking about for their own thing.
They're different groups. They're different.
I know. They're different. I know the difference. Listen. It's really important. It's really important to say. Okay.
The distinction, because it's more than just respect. It really is.
Okay.
It's more than just having respect for Hasidim and to not compare them. There's not.
I'm not comparing them at all.
They're not. They're not similar.
Language. I'm not comparing them at all.
I know, but I'm just saying they're not similar because I'll tell you why. This is very, very quickly.
Yeah.
On the one side, you have Hasidic. Hasidic groups means the word Hasidus, or what the ideal of each Hasidic group is to be not to be a patron in a restaurant, but to join the staff, or not to be an employee in your father's company, but to be like to join the effort itself as a son. You understand? So basically what I'm trying to say is you want to have a connection to God, right? Yeah. And there's a way to do that. There's different levels of that. Like God gave you the mitzvahs, and then there are halachic parameters. There's leniencies that are available. There's stringencies that are available, right? And anything that falls within that spectrum is, is good. It qualifies. You're in it. You're in the fold. It's good. But if you want to really, get closer to God, which is the whole point of this, right? That's what these people are trying to do.
Yeah.
The Hasidim. So they try to go above the letter of the law. They're not doing just what's required. They're doing what they think would please God.
Yeah, for sure.
Extra.
Yeah.
On the other side, we have death cults that are indulging their worst characteristics of humanity, and they created a religion to justify it.
Yeah.
Okay, continue. Sorry, I didn't mean to give you the head.
I was just saying, we have to take care of these guys who are there. We have to take back Gaza, rebuild Gush Katif, rebuild all those little towns that were that area, Dekalim, whatever it's called. And that's it. No more rockets, no more anything. No more Benny Gantz's and Natalie Bennett's flexing their muscles and showing what kind of like superheroes they are. And Lapid, who was never in the army, but who looks like a bad, sad version of Schwarzenegger and sounds like it. And Bibi going on Fox News talking about PR and look what they did to their own. Pardon my language, dude. Un pizdun. Okay, all of them. So we have none of this. We will have none of this if we do what we're supposed to. And I understand at this point
we're not going to. You realize
no, because you have to put troops. First of all, on the practical, you have to put troops on the ground.
But they're not going to. You realize why?
Going to do that. Of course they're not.
We're talking about an enemy.
Yeah, within
entity within Israel that will do everything possible to prevent the right thing from happening.
Yeah.
So we can't even say we got to do this, we got to do that, because come on, man, we're not going to do it. So
my resolution at the end of this video was basically to tell my friends, and not only my friends but everybody, I don't care who you are, I don't care if you're religious, and because back in the day, I remember there's a story of Moshe Feiglin. He was lining up at these intersections, Kikar, in the middle of Israel, just blocking the intersections and blocking the roads. And it's in this particular case, it can't just be religious people in Dati Leumi or Kahanas. It has to be everyone. Like the guy in Professional. Everyone. It has to be everyone in the country to show Nam уже всё задолбало. We can't take this anymore. We're done. We're done.
So basically, the only way that I can think of that actually happening realistically, right? Like what would be the mechanics of this? And here's what I came up with, and this holds true for America too, really for everybody. Okay, but if in America, every soldier's mother and father called him up and said, "Son, I want you to come home." If every soldier got that phone call at the same time, I want you to come home. You are being exploited. You are being used. You are not doing what you signed up to do. I don't want you to waste your life, your energy, and also put yourself in harm's way for these people anymore. Yeah. So it's up to the parents to call their children.
So here's my question. Yeah.
The children, the soldiers, are the power that these evil demons wield, right? Like they have no power without your kid, right? Yeah. You're loaning power to these animals by letting your kid enforce their will. Yeah. If you want to send a message for real change, take your kid home, call them up, tell them this, all of you at the same time. That's it.
So here's my question, man. The people that are working, literally sitting in the command centers, working Iron Dome, you want those people to also walk off the job?
Yeah.
And just let Iron Dome not let the missiles fall and just people get incensed? I mean, it's going to be a freaking massacre, bro.
Is it?
It will. Yeah, it will. These missiles are going to land in the cities. I mean, that's what we're talking about.
Well, look, we know. Well, here's an important question. Does God think that Iron Dome is something that's necessary and important? That's really the main question here.
I don't know, but I think that if he didn't want us to have it, we wouldn't have it.
That doesn't necessarily.
It's almost like a rachamim. He sees that we did a stupid thing, like little kids. It's like little kids. Like you pulled out of whatever Gush Katif, and okay, so here's this Iron Dome, and now you're going to be in this quagmire.
It's not a rachamim. It's a terrible distancing.
It's a distancing, but at the same time, no,
not a rachamim at all.
I'm talking about physical rachamim.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not a rachamim at all, because not on any level. Because, well, look, I mean, he didn't use that at all during the Gulf War, right? It was how many? Scott,
no, there was Patriot missiles. There was other things. There was.
No, what I'm talking about this.
Oh, you're saying basically we were exposed and we still not basically.
Right. There's no Iron Dome.
Yeah.
Right. And God made all these things, occurred, these massive miracles, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So Iron Dome is a dome against understanding that God is in charge.
Yeah. No, that's for sure.
That's what it is.
That's for sure.
That's the only thing it's protecting us from, the understanding that God's in charge.
Yeah. But here's my question. What do you think is, in terms of just tactically and practically, those Scud missiles coming all the way from Iraq, or these Qassams that are coming, from a very short distance?
I think that,
just asking a practical question.
This is a practical question. I think that remove, get rid of the Iron Dome. Okay. Send your kids home. Okay. Organize. I don't know what length of time this takes. Okay. But during the course of the preparation for this restructuring of society, right? One of the benefits of going to the military, right? That everybody has to go to military is that everybody has experience being a soldier, and some of those soldiers became leaders, strategic leaders. A lot of them are not in government. A lot of them know what to do to respond in a real way to a threat that's ongoing. Okay, so if you were to send everybody home, okay, let them restructure the defenses for everybody in their particular area, everyone in their town, the Gaza border towns, right? Let the people there, who we're talking about, the men, right, and some of the women, I suppose, who are many of whom are professional military strategists, okay, who understand the situation that they're facing on the ground. Let them do what they need to do to protect their territory. And you'll see that this problem is going to go away. Okay? Let those who want to work on the defenses of their particular territory work on the defenses. They know what to do much better than Iron Dome.
Yeah.
And also let there's when you speak to Russian speakers in Israel, right? You every now and then you're going to hear something like this. Давай соберем наших ребят, мы поедем туда и, блядь, их, мы их закопаем с танками or something like that.
Let's get our guys. Let's gather a bunch of our guys, and we'll go over there by ourselves.
There are enough people in Israel, right, who don't mind being a shock troops.
Yeah, going into house to house fighting. Yeah,
they will go in, and it's not going to be pretty. I'll tell you that.
Yeah,
they'll give them a chance to leave.
Yeah,
but once they don't leave, they're going to go. There are a group of people who I cannot guarantee are going to be very gentle. Are going to go in there and make sure that the rockets stop.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. You have these Ukrainian guys who are fighting against the Russians. The Ukrainians won't give up. They have a lot of pride. They're fierce fighters. Don't we have enough Ukrainian non-Jews in Israel?
No, Ukrainian non-Jews cannot be trusted any further than they can be thrown physically.
I'm just saying, let's just on the offhand, you could say a lot of them are proud. Because a lot of them proudly
first of all, there's not as many There's not as many as people think. But
I know, but a lot of them
Right, I was worried that you're going to throw in that shit right there. I'm talking about fucking Jews, tough Jews who can go in there and take it and take care of business without
I'm talking
fucking
about,
Ukrainians.
okay, let's just say Jews, but even the ones who are like, I'm probably from like whatever, former Soviet Ukraine.
Doesn't matter where they're from. They could be from Morocco. They
But
could be
even the ones, why can't we just send people who are just,
you got plenty of Jews who are ready, willing, and able to go in there and do that. We have plenty, thank God.
yeah. Why don't, we don't have to send in little boys and girls like 18, 19, 20, just people who just came into the army. We don't have to send those people.
Yeah.
They're gonna be fighting because they're fighting against Hamas and Islamic Jihad, who are grown men. You see this commander is like 40 years old. He's been there since he's 25.
The Israeli side sends kids against seasoned, seasoned murderers, essentially.
Like Team USA against the Soviet hockey team. Like, what are we doing?
The only advantage is like air support and stuff like that.
But air support can only
on the ground,
Yeah.
they have the advantage, folks. I don't know if you realize that.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, they set in they're dug in to their positions, and they have the home field advantage.
Yeah, at the very least, we just have to send in like Shayetet and all these kind of guys, like only special forces. You can't send in kids. You can't send kids to this area. You can't do it.
You know what I remember learning, like from the martial arts, like the guy, like some of the Japanese stuff. When you'd hear the stories about like ancient like ninja missions, right, where they send in a couple of guys, right? The description would be like they would take off their gear after they come back from their mission, from their successful mission. You'd see a long white beard emerge.
Yeah.
They didn't send in kids.
Yeah.
They sent in seasoned experts.
Yeah.
Okay. You don't need brawn. You actually need knowledge,
brains,
experience,
yeah,
and a little bit of brawn.
Yeah.
Okay. You don't need to be an 18-year-old linebacker to be a good soldier.
Listen, we know the guy that just got killed. He was 50. The guy that he was, they were fighting in Jenin. So the guy was like, he was a seasoned veteran.
Okay. You have rough men who are willing to do what needs to be done in order to protect their families and their children and their daughters.
Yeah.
These animals, a death cult that nonstop, all it does all day, all night is plan and carry out attacks against you.
Yeah.
Okay. Give them a chance to get out. Okay. And then if they don't, then what are you going to do? It's not about hurting them. It's about protecting your family. That's what this is about, folks. It's not about showing toughness.
And we have to stop caring what the world thinks. We really have to stop with this stuff.
Absolutely.
We really have to stop.
By the way, you know how the world is broken?
Yeah.
The world, Britta from Community, I keep bringing up that, where she was in love with that carny who didn't care about her.
Yeah.
she is a metaphor for the broken world.
Yeah.
And the more Israel acts like the carny who doesn't give a shit about her, the more in love she will be with us.
Yeah. Exactly. It's funny.
It's a perfect metaphor. I can't even. It just came in a flash. It's like, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That's why we brought this up. That's in order to really seal this concept in that we're talking about right now.
Yeah.
I think that's amazing.
Yeah.
So that's what needs to be done. The Iron Dome is not what protects Israel. It's what interferes with Israel actually coming to a real solution.
It's a crutch. It's a crutch, and it's what it is.
You notice, by the way, and I just wanted to reiterate what I just said, that doing this is not about showing the world that we're tough. It's all about literally allowing to create a situation where your elderly mother can walk down the street.
Yeah.
Without having to run to a shelter when a bomb is coming, and she's not going to make it in time.
Yep, especially in Sderot.
Yeah, it's about creating a situation where your daughter can take a walk in a park.
Yeah.
Without being raped and knife murdered by an animal.
Yeah.
That's all this is about, folks. Okay? So it's not about being tough. But and that's what needs to happen. But if you notice, every time you hear this stupid language from the government, the people, the Erev Rav, the enemy entity that's souring everything that goes on in Israel, okay, creating the situation.
Yeah.
They're always like, we're going to show them that, we're going to hit them really hard with a tough response. They act like pussies, but they use tough guy language.
Yeah. Yep.
So it's the exact opposite.
Yeah. Don't say anything, just do. Say nothing. Say absolutely nothing. Silencio. That's it.
If you get rid of these fuckers, you take your kids back away and don't let your child be end up being a goon in their brute squad.
Cannon fodder.
Basically doing their bidding, right?
Mm-hmm.
But all of you have to do this at once, because if one guy does it, the rest are going to be too scared. This has to, the parents, you have to all do this at once, okay? So if you do this, then you will see the real talent of Israel come to life.
Yeah.
The people who are, the guys, you got these like 40, 65-year-old, military seasoned warrior geniuses, right?
Yeah.
You got a bunch of Zohans.
Yeah.
Every block in Israel, of every city.
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah, you ever talk to them? I was in special unit, and he was.
No, but they were. Yeah, that's right. They were.
I know. I was in a special, the Goz. I was this.
You got real epic heroes.
Yeah.
Great warriors whose stories.
Dude, can I tell you a secret? Can I tell you a secret? I have a friend. His father is a Syrian Jew. His mother, Oliva Shalom, she was Ashkenazi from Latvia, whatever. His father is about, I would say, late 70s, early 80s. If you ever meet his father looks older than he is. His father wears earmuffs indoors because something with his ears, he gets cold, whatever it is. His father was, I don't know if he was there with Eli Cohen in Syria, but his father speaks like fluent Arabic, and he's from Syria. He was born in Syria.
Yeah.
To the point where his father, every time his father flies to and from Israel, he always gets put aside, and my friend gets put aside because they see that his father was born in Syria, the guy was born in Syria, always has problems, and he looks like an Arab. So, and obviously, I think the Israeli government, they have something information on him, whatever it is. The guy basically, he's telling me, my friend's telling me, he's like, dude, you don't understand. You look at my father. He doesn't look like much. But this is a person who did I don't know, espionage and some kind of crazy stuff with Eli Cohen behind enemy lines. There are people alive who still were involved in these things. They were involved in obviously 73. They were involved in 82. They were involved in all kinds of stuff. I have a friend literally who's our age, even younger. His entire army career consists of Judea and Samaria, Lebanon, Gaza. He was there for the whole, that whole stretch of, those years where we were just involved in stuff all the time. And the guy, he was a nurse in a New York hospital during COVID, as if he didn't already have PTSD. Had to pile on after this COVID stuff, with all the intubators and all the rest of it. Dude, there are people in Israel today who've gone through some stuff, who've seen some stuff. And unfortunately, they're not in the army anymore. The army is filled with little kids. They're kids. They're mamish kids. They're kids who are on Instagram and on their phones. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a different generation. I'm not saying they're, has v'shalom, these kids are going through basic training. They know how to shoot. They know how this, how that. Probably they know how to kick ass, so to speak.
Dude, they killed Han Solo.
What do you mean? They killed Han Solo?
Just think about it for a minute. That's the theme that the entire globalist, whatever you want to call these fuckers.
Yes.
Okay, it's about demoralizing.
Yeah.
And just getting Han Solo out of the way. The guy with 50 years of fighting the Empire, the best pilot in the galaxy, the one who knows every secret, every trick in the book. Get rid of that guy. He's useless.
Yeah. Yeah. So,
Okay.
yeah, man. Like I know people that whose parents were, they're still alive and they were participated in Jewish history in a way that like required men to go beyond themselves, beyond who they were, or beyond who they thought they were. And I was talking to some friends of mine, and when I first made Aliyah, and we were talking about all this stuff, and a friend told me, he's like, the reason none of this happens is because Israelis now have a lot to lose, materially speaking. As Israel has a lot to lose. Look at everything we've built up. You think we want to get into like a full-scale 1967 romp and stomp them again in the year 2022?
Yeah, but they're ensuring that they're moving towards that.
Of course they are. Again, like I said, Rabbi Mizrahi says Israel, it's the dumbest nation on earth. They don't realize it. They don't understand it. They're like little children.
Yeah.
Until it hits them in the face. So
they're the dumbest nation on earth.
Why? Because no, he goes, why? Because we are the dumbest nation on earth. Ladies and gentlemen, you're wondering why I'm saying
there's a rumor that the Jews are smart.
Yeah.
We are the dumbest nation on earth.
He also says the heir of Israel, the Gemara says the heir of Israel makes Jews makes you wise. You know who else it makes wise? Mahmoud Abbas, because he's in Israel. It makes him wise too. He trick you. Listen, I'm saying all these things not to rag on Jews. I'm saying it to get you in the mood, because it is Tisha B'Av. I want you to be upset, and I want you to be embarrassed, and I want you to have busha.
I do a lot.
Yeah. No, not you. I'm talking about our listeners. Why are they? In case they're wondering why I'm saying these things about Jews and this, because I want people listening to feel embarrassed of how dumb we've been and how stupid we're continuing to be.
Okay, can I just polish up this one little thing that you just said? This one little thing.
Okay.
I don't want you to be embarrassed for not picking up your M16 and heading out to Israel.
No.
Taking on. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm saying I want you to be embarrassed for ever thinking that anything that the Israeli government does is actually beneficial to the Jewish people.
Correct. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's what I said. When people have to rise up, that's all I'm saying. They have to rise up against their government. They have to have a revolution in Israel and ask for different people to govern the country. A different 120. All 120 have to be replaced. Everybody. All the
they have to be immediate. Anybody who is there now needs to be actually by default just removed, and then let them fight tooth and nail to prove that that
there's maybe a couple of people there, a couple.
You know what? But just to be safe, just like the old men in Casino. Why take any chances? Let's tie up all loose ends.
Yeah.
Remember what they did to Andy Stone? Like he's a stand-up guy. He goes, and then the other guy's like, "Why take any chances?
Yeah,
exactly. Just get rid of them."
Not kill them. Just kick him out of Knesset. That's what Shalom.
Well, obviously that's what I meant.
Yeah. No, just in case people get confused because they think that we're like.
No, we're not advocating about killing.
They think that we're just fanatics, not truth fanatics. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Actually, I'd want them to be alive.
Yeah, of course.
You know why? I want them to suffer.
To tar and feather them.
I want them to see. No, not tar and feather. I want them to see that their power that they crave so much completely lost, and I want them to see others take it from them and use it correctly and embarrass them.
Correct.
It's like that like from The Princess Bride. Remember when the protagonist, he's lying on the bed and apparently he can't move, and then Prince Humperdinck, he's like, let's have. He goes, here's what I'll do to you. He goes, yes. I suppose you'll kill me and blah, blah, blah. He goes, no, I will not kill you. I will take your nose. I will take your ear. I will take your legs or blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And he goes, yes, I suppose. And then my ears. He goes, no, not your ears. I will keep your ears perfect so you can hear every girl shriek at the sight of you.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
Figuratively.
Correct. Okay, not literally. I just want them to enjoy
and then they
seeing.
can have like a battle royale to see who's worthy of still remaining in the damn thing. I guarantee you it'll be like 10 people maximum out of the 120. And of all stripes, by the way.
No, there's literally
all
no.
religious people.
No, from based on what I heard from you, there's literally only one guy who is allowed to remain in
Who,
Knesset.
Ben-Gvir?
No,
Who? Oh, the Ethiopian guy.
the Ethiopian guy
Yes,
who went against the vaccine.
Yeah, but can I tell you something? No. Can I tell you something? Ben-Gvir, here's the thing about Ben-Gvir. I never heard him once speak for or against, but I never heard him speak for. I heard the Smotrich clown saying, yeah, we should do this and this and this and take this and take that. But Ben-Gvir knows that most of his constituency, unfortunately, is for it. And I don't know if he wanted to get himself in trouble necessarily, whatever it is. He didn't speak for it either.
No, but that's what see. That's the same.
That's the
type
same
of
problem.
crime
Yeah.
as what Rabbi Kessin was accusing Netanyahu of.
Yeah.
originally.
Yeah.
Where he had the power to teach Jewish children in the inner cities, secular areas of Tel Aviv and other places like that, to teach them about Torah, and he didn't do it.
If you're not the solution, you're the problem.
Right. So it's
was
crime.
one
What is it? Crime by omission.
Crime by lying by omission, yeah, or crime by omission, yeah.
Crime by silence, something like that.
Listen, so there's one person, as far as we know, it's the Ethiopian guy. That's it.
Yeah. All right.
His
He can
name,
stay.
what's his name? His name is. I'll tell you exactly. No, let's. You should know his name.
We should.
His name is. I'll tell you what his name is. The Likud Knesset members. Here you go. Here you go. His name is.
I'd like to. Can I? While you're looking.
His name is Gadi Yavarkan.
What is his name?
Gadi, like Desta Gadi Yavarkan.
Dadi.
41 years old, part of Likud. He was originally part of Blue and White, by the way. He was part of Gantz.
One more time. Say his name slow.
Gadi. Gadi. Gadi.
Yeah.
Yavarkan.
Yavarkan.
Yeah. So Yavarkan was born in Ethiopia, immigrated to Israel in 1991 as part of Operation Solomon. Yeah. And initially settled in Tiberias. There you go. Gadi Tiberius Yavarkan.
I just want to say something truthful and yet unnecessary. Like, this is one of those things that perhaps does not need to be published, but it's just funny to me. I'm okay with Ethiopians being included in Israeli society and being considered Jews because of all the smokestacks.
Oh yeah, dude. The Miss Israel, they tried to prop up in front of Obama to mesmerize him. What's her name? Yitnish Aina.
Dude, I'm not trying to be nice at all. In fact, I try to be the opposite.
Yeah.
But I gotta say, there's a shocking amount of Ethiopian Israelis that are the women that are stunning. They're just shocking.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
All right. So for that reason, you can stay.
There's her. There's also this.
You could get rid of the guys. I don't care so much for that, but
There's basically Miss Israel, and there's a couple of other ones that are not too shabby, I would say. But yeah, so this guy.
Moving on, let's get back to getting serious.
Anyway, so this guy was he says, he was in the Givati Brigade, rank of lieutenant. He's our age. He's 41 years old. He subsequently studied for a bachelor's. Okay. He ran for Likud in 2009, 2013, but unsuccessful on both occasions, I guess because he was down on the list. And then 2013, municipal, he headed the Ethiopian immigrant dominated Achdut Unity list in Rehovot. And then he founded some Mechina. It's like a educational thing for our army guys.
Can I say something? I just want to say, and this is completely without any type of shtick whatsoever. Mm-hmm. No irony, no shtick, no nothing.
Okay.
He is literally the only person in the Knesset qualified to be the Prime Minister of Israel.
Yes. Yes. Because of the Shmexin thing.
Because of the Shmexin. Yeah.
He says, in the build-up to the 2019 elections, Yavarkan joined the new Telem party. And then after the party became part of Blue and White, he was given the 33rd slot.
Are you kidding me?
Nope. Not kidding.
You know that 33rd for me is more important than the first.
That's right. and was subsequently elected to Knesset as the alliance won 35 seats. That was blue and white. And was re-elected in September 2019 elections. However, prior to the March 2020, he was removed from blue and white list after threatening to defect to Likud. He was subsequently given the 20th slot on the Likud list. Wow. I guess they offered him something he couldn't refuse, and resigned from the Knesset. He was replaced by some other guy. He returned to the Knesset after the elections as Likud won 36 seats. I guess he was 20th. For the 2021, Yoav Khan was placed 17th on Likud. Man, this guy's growing. And retained the seat in the Knesset as Likud won 30 seats. 17 as in Q.
Yeah. I was thinking 17 as in Tove.
Yeah, no, also that. This guy, I could find what he said. I think somebody translated even what he said in the Knesset about this whole Shmeksin thing. I can tell you real quick. It was a very famous thing, and they reported about him and this and that. There. If I could find that damn thing. See, the thing is, it gives me nikudot, and I don't want nikudot. The little vowels for I can't spell his name properly. You know what? Let me do it in English. Maybe I can do it in English, and I could then translate what exactly he said. I apologize for the delay. Yeah, man, this guy, we're gonna look back, and he's gonna be considered. He's gonna be considered one of the people of note. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the only guy is speaking against it. That's pretty noteworthy, I would say.
Yeah, for sure.
In that whole cesspool.
Yeah. Here.
You know what's funny? You ever see that movie? I'm sorry to interrupt, but there's Mars Attacks. It's like a what's his name? Tim Burton movie, Mars Attacks.
Yeah.
And they, I think they had it was like a an entire list of A actors, A-list actors.
People,
Yeah, and the funniest part in the whole movie, I mean, it was a ridiculous movie, but the funniest part was Jessica. I think her name is Jessica Tandy, not Jessica Tandy. What is her name? She played in a bunch of Tim Burton movies. So she's also a well-known actress who, she's like from that generation.
Yeah.
And she's playing this kind of like soft in the head, senile old grandmother, right?
Yeah.
And then so she's watching on TV as the Martians, they march into Capitol Hill, right? To address Congress.
Yeah.
and the Senate and everything. Yeah. All of a sudden one of them whoops out like a laser gun and just shoots and kills all of them, right? And then she's laughing. She's like, they killed Congress.
Yeah, exactly.
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 I'm not saying I want that to happen to the Knesset, but I wouldn't mind them stepping out of the way.
Yeah. Here, this is what he says about the fourth Shmos. Israel bluff. Here. This is still in Hebrew, but whatever.
אני מצטט את ראש הממשלה מישיבה האחרונה, הוא אומר נפלא, הוא מברך על החלטת הצוות לטיפול במגפה לחיסון, שהחליט לחסן בחיסון רביעי בני 60 ומעלה. בהחלט הוא מברך, באותה הזדמנות הוא שואל, מה קורה עם הניסוי בשיבא? אומרים לו, מחר זה מתחיל. רגע, מה? מחליטים לתת חיסון רביעי עוד לפני שהניסוי התחיל? מה זה הישראבלוף הזה? או שהחיסון הרביעי הוא הניסוי על ההורים שלנו, בני 60 ומעלה. עכשיו, כל העולם מתנהל אחרת בנושא של הקורונה.
Yeah, he's like, we're doing the fourth shot, but like the whole world is like doing other things. What are we doing? Like, what are we doing? Yeah, bro.
I don't know, man. I don't know what we're doing. Know what I'm saying?
No, it's astounding. Yeah, this is the only guy. This is the only guy who openly said anything about anything. About any dosage and about anything in total and everything in any haluk of anything. Some of the people you would think, oh, maybe they would say like, oh, I disagree with the third and fourth. No one has said anything. He's the only one who said anything about anything at any time, anywhere.
So basically, his entire criticism was, well, maybe we shouldn't do a fourth shot.
No, his entire criticism was like now, like he criticized the whole thing. He criticized it in the beginning. Now he's talking about now we're on to the he's criticizing how crazy we are. Not only that we did something stupid, now we're going.
I nominate him
for prime minister until Mashiach comes.
Yeah, obviously.
We can have an Ethiopian prime minister for a short period of time, and then Mashiach can come.
Yeah,
ridiculous. Yeah. Well, as we say in Israel, Ma'od.
What more?
What else, man?
Yeah. So what else do we have to talk about?
I was thinking about yesterday, like you sent me, whatever. I was thinking about how you were telling me how this is the couple days before, about how you try not to kind of get yourself into Tisha B'Av mode because you don't feel anything, or you don't.
No, I'm saying it makes me.
Yeah, it makes you. It does the opposite of what it's designed to do for you.
Yeah, it always seemed to me.
Yeah.
And this comes from. It certainly comes from my ignorance.
Yeah.
And I have everything there is to learn about Tisha B'Av and literally everything else, but my experience in saying Eicha and Kinos and all that kind of stuff, it seems like it's supposed to make me feel like I should feel bad for everything that I did, and I should understand that's why I was punished, and that's why my temple was destroyed, and I feel like it's all my fault, and I should feel I should be embarrassed about myself, and then repent.
I don't think that's even the okay. I mean,
I'm saying that's what it's.
That was never the implication for me, but I guess if that's.
Well, I'm just telling you how it seems to me.
Yeah.
Also, the same thing with the Yom Kippur readings, especially when it gets to Rabbi Akiva and the martyrs, the 10 martyrs. Okay.
Yeah.
But what it does is the absolute opposite. Okay. It doesn't make me feel bad about myself. It doesn't. It just makes me angry at God. Because the kind of stuff that he did or he allows to do, right? He allows to be done, which is the same thing essentially as doing, okay? Seems to be a little bit out of proportion with what was done.
Yeah.
Okay? Except for child sacrifice. I'll give him that. But I don't know if his response to child sacrifice by killing a bunch of children makes any sense to me.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm not claiming to know what the underlying reality is of anything.
Yeah.
In fact, I don't know. I'm admitting to that. I don't know the underlying reality. I'm just telling you what the experience of the surface reality feels like and looks like.
Yeah.
Okay. And it doesn't feel good.
Yeah.
Okay. And and when you hear like the rabbis begin to explain the underlying reality, what they appear like are like figure skaters doing like a triple double somersault, the level of gymnastics and like acrobatics that it just appears like from the outside. When they talk about it, the reasoning and all that kind of stuff, they look like ninja masters, like Chinese wushu, performers. Like those guys who show they do the craziest acrobatics you've ever seen in your life.
Yeah,
that's what it looks like. Okay, so the amount of work that it takes to try to discuss the underlying reality, right, is very difficult. And again, that's God's fault.
Yeah,
it is.
So with that said, I just wanted to say that last night you were sending me that you were watching like Weekend at Bernie's, the Weekend at Bernie's 2, and I was so tempted to respond to you like, man, like it's Tisha B'Av, but then I was thinking to myself, look,
I'm not proud of it.
No. I'm not saying you're proud or not proud. I'm not even. No, listen, I'm not even judging you. I was just, and then I thought to myself, you know what, man? on a basic level, I was just like, this guy just lost his brother. Why are we going to pile on a national thing on him? He's got his own real Avelus. We're talking about tangible, I guess, easily accessible Avelus. Let's put it that way. So I was just like,
I'll tell you the truth.
Yeah.
I haven't accepted that. about
Okay.
my brother,
Okay.
and it's not real to me. I refuse to
Yeah.
entertain that as reality. And call me delusional or whatever.
No, I'm not.
I'm just not, I don't mean you. I mean somebody listening might. But I'm hooking on to the reality of put your money where your mouth is. If you're saying that the soul and the consciousness exists now in real time, now that means my brother is somewhere.
Yeah.
Doing something.
Yeah.
Experiencing life.
Yeah, sure.
So I'll just focus on that.
Yeah.
Why do I need to? It seems like everything that people do, to deal with, when they have a loss like this, is focused on the reality that they're dead.
Yeah.
Go to the cemetery. Go look at them in the ground. Go understand that they're gone. They're gone. That's what it seems like to me.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, because they want to get closure. That's why. There's whole.
I don't fucking want closure.
I know.
I never.
I'm talking about you. I'm talking about that's their.
I'm sorry for cursing. I understand. I understand what you mean. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't want closure. I don't want to go on with my life. I don't want stability. I want the world to be destroyed. My brother is not. He's not here. My uncle. I don't want. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's like a similar feeling. The only thing I've ever seen in movies that kind of reminds me somewhat is like, I think it was the old Antony and Cleopatra movie. I don't know if you saw that. I think it was the one with
with the what's his face, the famous
with Elizabeth Taylor.
Taylor and what's his face, one of the guys that everybody thought was gay in real life. Not Rock Hudson, is it?
I don't remember who the actor was, but he played. He was playing Augustus Caesar.
Yeah.
And he was commenting. They got news that Mark Antony.
Yeah, Mark Antony was played by
the death of Mark Antony.
Yeah.
Right, and I don't like any of the people we're talking about here, but the way he reacted.
Yeah.
I want to see if I can find that.
Who's the person who played Mark Antony? It was Richard Burton. Burton, and Caesar was played by Rex Harrison. Oh yeah, High Priestess over here. It's interesting.
Rex Harrison.
Flavius George. This guy George Cole played Flavius
of Mark Antony.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can find that clip.
Richard Burton. That's what it was. Mark Antony. Bachelor. Yeah.
All they have is these stupid. Oh, Antony is dead. Hold on, let me see.
Yeah.
I just want to see if. Okay.
Yeah, it was Richard Burton. Yeah.
Strange people. Poisons that smell like perfume. See if you can find more. Have it analyzed, tested on one of the badly wounded.
Man, acting was so different back then,
Lord.
Yeah.
They have
larger than life.
She is locked in a building. That is to say, a tomb. Hurry.
Can't hear anything.
Anthony is with her, they say. He's dead.
There was a moment of silence, and then someone spoke. Can you hear
Oh, okay. Now I hear it, just kind of like choppy.
Yeah, it was just a moment of silence.
Oh, fine.
Nobody was speaking.
Yeah.
Okay. So he was just told that Mark Antony is dead.
Yeah.
Augustus. I'm sorry, Octavian. Octavian.
Yeah.
What? Lord Antony is dead.
Is that how one says it? As simply as that. Mark Antony is dead. Lord Antony is dead. The soup is hot. The soup is cold. Antony is living. Antony is dead.
Yeah.
Shake with terror when such words pass your lips. for fear they be untrue. And Anthony, cut out your tongue for the lie, and if true, for your lifetime boast that you were honored to speak his name even in death. The dying of such a man must be shouted, screamed. It must echo back from the corners of the universe. Anthony is dead! Mark Anthony of Rome lives no more!
Okay, so it's something like that, but much more, for me, much more extreme than that.
Yeah.
If my brother is not here, and if I had a control switch, the world does not get to continue.
Yeah. That said, can I play for you? I remember you mentioned how you walk out during the 10 martyrs thing, Yom Kippur, I guess.
Yeah.
And I want to read to you NCSY, the organization. They actually put out a great, this is like for high school kids or college kids, great thing about the 10 martyrs. They list each one, their name and how, how they were nifter. How they lived and how they were nifter. And I never knew some of these things, by the way. I never knew the details of it. And this is, I guess, Kina 21, but this is just an introduction to it. So see, it says, many times tragedies are boiled down to numbers. We lose track of the fact that every individual is important. The Kina of the 10 martyrs highlights that we lost many impressive individuals who accomplished so much in their lives and in their deaths. Number 1, Rabban Shimon ben Gamliel was the leader of the Jewish people at the time of the destruction of the second Beit HaMikdash and direct descendant of King David. He fought with Rabbi Shmuel, the Kohen Gadol, to be killed first so that he would not have to see his dear friend Rabbi Shmuel killed. He was the first of the 10 martyrs to be killed. So they were fighting they wanted to be killed first. Crazy. Number 2, Rabbi Shmuel Kohen Gadol was coveted by the Roman ruler's daughter. This is a famous story, who begged for him not to be harmed. When she was told he would be killed, she requested to have his skin flayed off to be saved and stuffed so that she could continue to look at him. She wanted him like taxidermy.
That one doesn't make too much sense because she wanted him to be alive while it's going on.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, that's crazy.
Lovely girl.
Yeah, right. His skin was indeed peeled off while he was alive. There we go. And he was killed immediately after. He only screamed once they reached the place of his forehead where he put tefillin on. Number 3, Rabbi Akiva had thousands of disciples despite only starting to learn Torah at the age of 40. That's why when I tell people I only became from when I was 31, and they're like, "What? You're just like Rabbi Akiva," and I'm like, "Yeah." So you want me?
No, thank you.
No, thanks. Good. Hey, I'm straight. Thanks. Go ahead. He knew so much Torah that he was even able to explain the crowns that were on top of the letters in the Torah. He was killed with metal combs. Shema was the last thing he said, and when he got to the final word, Echad, his soul left his body. Many people followed Rabbi Akiva's example during the Holocaust. Number 4, Rabbi Hananiah ben Tradion gathered Jews to learn Torah in the gates of Yerushalayim and instituted communal charity funds. While he was overseeing the local charity, his personal money got mixed up with money for charity. He wanted to be so careful not to steal from the community that he gave all of his personal money to charity. He was caught teaching Torah in Publix, and so the Romans wrapped him in a Torah scroll and lit him on fire. They put the pieces of wool soaked in water so that it would take longer for him to burn alive. That's the story I heard. Number 5, Rabbi Yeshavav the scribe was so upstanding that people referred to him as the devout. When all of these bad things were being done by the Romans and he saw the evil going on, he claimed that Torah might be lost. His students asked him to do what to do, and he answered that each person should grab their friend and love peace and justice. He was killed at the age of 90, burned to death, and thrown to dogs. He was so engrossed in Torah learning that when he was killed, a voice from heaven came down and said that he had not missed anything from Moshe's Torah. Number 6, Rabbi Yehuda ben Dama's death was scheduled for the day before the holiday of Sukkot. He pleaded with the emperor to allow him to live one more day so he could fulfill the mitzvah of taking a lulav and etrog on Sukkot. The emperor laughed at the request and asked what kind of fool would value that when he's about to die. Rabbi Yehuda calmly responded that there are no bigger fools than those who deny God. The furious emperor ordered Rabbi Yehuda to be tied by his hair to a horse's tail and dragged through the streets the day before the holiday of Sukkot. It was their echo.
Sorry.
Rabbi Hanina ben Chaninai. By the way, this is like somebody, a character they based. There's a Hanina in Shtisel, like a little kid who just got married, and he would sit in the base midrash. He didn't want to see the daughter, his wife. Was a student of Rabbi Akiva who spent 12 years studying without seeing his family. When he returned home, his wife was also surprised that she died of shock. Was so surprised she died of shock. Rabbi Hanina prayed to God and she was resurrected. He was taken to be killed on a Friday afternoon. He wanted to die ushering in Shabbos and singing Kabbalah Shabbat. His executioner was so transfixed by his devotion that he waited for Rabbi Hanina to finish before ending his life. Number 8, Rabbi Chutzpit, the interpreter, translated Torah lessons that people struggled to understand. It is said about Rabbi Chutzpit that whenever a bird passed over him, it burned, indicating direct spiritual connection straight from him down.
For the folks at home, these statements, if not all of them, most of them are agadic in nature. Midrashic. All right, continue.
By the way, also like same thing was about Yonatan ben Uziel, the one in Amuka.
Yeah.
With the bird.
Yes.
Number 9, Rabbi Elazar ben Shamua fasted on Erev Shabbos every week and was taken away by the Romans while he was in the middle of reciting Friday night Kiddush. A divine voice came down and called, "You live in holiness and you die in holiness." Number 10, Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava lived during a period of time when the Romans forbade ordination of Jewish rabbis. Speaking of smicha, fearing for the continuity of the Jewish people, he secretly ordained 5 new rabbis. The Romans found out and tracked them down to a narrow mountain pass. Rabbi Yehuda told his students to run, but he himself was too old. So he stood in the pass and did not let the soldiers pass. The Roman soldiers threw 300 javelins at him, causing his death. This old man, speaking of old men in battle, his sacrifice guaranteed the continuity of Jewish leadership. And then he gets into the keynote.
Yeah.
So these people were men. There weren't these like yeshivas dorks. Think of.
Yeah, there's no such thing as yeshiva dorks.
Yeshivish or yeshiva, yeah.
Until recently.
Yeah. Gullus, man, Gullus. Hockey, Normie. Hockey,
Normie.
Yeah.
And by yeshiva dorks, I'm talking about that's almost entirely an American phenomenon.
Yes. Which was then exported to like England and other places.
Yeah. Even like the yeshivas in Europe before the war, those guys weren't dorks.
No, they were not. How do we know that? Because the guys from Lithuania they had physical fisticuffs with Baal Shem Tov's guys.
Oh, that's going back a couple hundred years. I'm talking about even recently before the war.
Oh.
Like this is basically, guys, yeshivas were like in those times, like a mother sent her little boy, his 12-year-old or 11 to yeshiva, and he slept on a bench in the yeshiva.
Yeah.
On a bench, no pillows, no nothing. Just like they kind of like folded up a couple of coats or something like that. Okay, they needed to light a fire to stay warm, and if he was very fortunate, he had a meal every day at a different person's house in the community.
Yeah.
That's that's what yeshiva was. I mean, these people were like, these are tough people, man. It's like,
Dude, I have a question for you. Do you ever think of why is it that Mitzrayim, the country we now know today as Mitzrayim, are the main go-betweens between us and these Amaleks in Gaza? See, it says, a senior Egyptian source said this evening that as part of Egypt's desire, I guess Sisi, not the people of Egypt, to end the current tensions in Gaza Strip, Egypt has increased contacts with all the parties in order to contain the current escalation. In light of those contacts, Egypt looks forward to a comprehensive and mutual ceasefire at 11:30 p.m., which is like in 20 minutes. That's in Israel time. Egypt is exerting its efforts to work for the release of the prisoner Khalil al-Alda and his transfer to treatment, and also for the release of the prisoner Bassam al-Sadi as soon as possible. The Secretary General of the Islamic Jihad, Ziad al-Nahwa, will hold a press conference tonight at 11 p.m., which is basically now. 11:30, ceasefire document drawn up by the Egyptians. It's like a piece of paper with a bunch of Arabic written on it, and that's it. It's like a paragraph. It's like I wrote something on a napkin.
Yeah.
Worth a toilet paper. Wipe your you-know-what with it. So, yeah, see that.
You're asking why?
Why? It's interesting that it's, why Mitzrayim? I mean,
Okay, so let's start with what the most mundane explanation is.
Yeah.
Because Gaza
they're right next to them.
Is right next to Egypt, and they have Gazans infiltrating into Egypt all the time, which they apparently don't want.
Yeah.
I wonder why.
Yeah, they hate them. They shoot them. They shoot them at the fence. They shoot them like the dogs that they are.
So they want to. So it would seem sometimes, or we would be led to believe that it's in their interest to make things peaceful there, so people will just stay put and not give them a headache.
Yeah.
Okay, infiltrating the quote unquote Egyptian border.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's probably what you're going to hear. But I would say, furthermore, that a lot of the Arabs in Gaza and in Israel in general are Egyptians.
Some of them, yeah. Some of them. Yeah.
I'm not saying all of them. I said a lot of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're actually from Egypt. They're not, what people think, people hear the word Palestinian, they think, oh, there's this entity called the Palestinians, Arabs, that have this long history in the land of Israel. So there's a handful of those people who have been living in Israel for a couple of hundred years.
Can I play for you a very shrill audio of a Hamas interior minister?
In like 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay. So that people think that all the Arabs who live in Israel are these ancient Palestinians who have been living there for thousands of years. First of all, even the most ancient quote unquote Palestinians have been there for a few hundred years, which is something. It is something. I'm not marginalizing that. Okay.
Yeah.
There's very few. The vast majority of the Arabs who are called Palestinians are not that at all. They're from Morocco, from Tunis, from Egypt, and from everywhere else.
Yeah.
Continue.
This is an interview with a man by the name of Fatih Hamad. He's he was in 2012 Minister of the Interior of Hamas. And it's an interview with Egyptian television. I'm going to translate as he's there's subtitles here, so I'm going to read out the subtitles as he's talking. Actually, you know what? Yeah, you know what? You want to hear his voice, so I can just read the subtitles as he's talking.
Okay.
You can hear his voice. This is Memory TV. They did this. Okay. Is Egypt incapable of supplying fuel for 1.5 to 2 million people in the Gaza Strip? If you do not point your compass towards Palestine, Al-Aqsa, and Jerusalem, in order to uproot the Zionist enemy, he's talking to Egypt now. The U.S. will trample you underfoot. It will besiege you with its conspiracies and will finish you off. Therefore, you must hoist the banner of jihad. This is 10 years ago. The banner of there is no God but Allah. Ein od milvado. Brothers, there are 1.8 million of us in Gaza. Who's us? Egyptians. In Egypt, there are about 90 million people. We equal merely 2% of the Egyptian population in Gaza. Supplying us with fuel would not burden you at all. He's asking Egypt, give us fuel, because Israel gives them fuel.
Yeah, he's saying, we are your Egyptians.
Yeah. Listen, keep listening. Al-Aqsa and the other land of Palestine, all the conspiracies throughout history have been shattered. The conspiracies of the Crusaders, the conspiracies of the Tatars, the same people who did stuff to us, by the way. Al-Aqsa and on the land of Palestine, the battle of Hattin was waged. The West does not want this noble history to repeat itself. Because the Jews and their allies will be annihilated. The Zionists, the Americans, and the imperialists. Thus, the conspiracy is very clear. Al-Aqsa in the land of Palestine represent the spearhead for Islam and for Muslims. Therefore, when we seek help of our Arab brothers, we are not seeking their help in order to eat and to live, to drink or to dress, or to live a life of luxury. No. When we seek their help, it is in order to continue to wage jihad. Allah be praised, we all have Arab roots. Now listen to this. And every Palestinian in Gaza and throughout Palestine can prove his Arab roots, whether from Saudi Arabia, from Yemen, or anywhere. We have blood ties. So where is your affection and mercy? Personally, half my family is Egyptian. We are all like that. More than 30 families in the Gaza Strip are called Al-Masri, Egyptian. Brothers, half of the Palestinians are Egyptians and the other half are Saudis. Who are the Palestinians? We have many families called Al-Masri whose roots are Egyptian. Egyptian. They may be from Alexandria, from Cairo, from Dumleta, from the north, from Aswan, from Upper Egypt. We are Egyptians, we are Arabs, we are Muslims. We are part of you. Allahu Akbar, all praise to Allah. How can you keep silent, O Muslims, when the people of Gaza are dying? Dude, this is 10 years ago. You watch from the sidelines without providing them with the simplest thing, which you give to the West for the most meager price. I'm not sure, like an exploding building. So now there's a guy who posted this, and it says, just listen to the psychotic scumbag of Hamas. He admits that there's no such people as Palestinians. His family names, the family names, and now he lists them all. Listen to this, man.
Yeah.
Nisba of Arabs who are now occupying Judea reveal their country of origin. Masri from Egypt. Khamis from Bahrain. Salem Khana Khamis, giving examples of people. Al-Ubaidi or Al-Ubaidi from Sudan. Al-Ubayyid. Al-Faruqi, Mosul, Iraq. Specific places. Al-Araj, Morocco, a member of the Saudi dynasty, Hussein Al-Araj. Al-Lubnani, the Lebanese. Al-Mughrabi, these are all last names that you find in Israel. Al-Mughrabi, the Moroccan, Maghreb, meaning West in Arabic, usually referring to North Africa or specifically to Morocco. Dalal Mughrabi. Al-Jazair, the Algerian. Al-Qurashi, the Saudi clan of Quraysh, the battle with the Jews. Al-Azd, Yemen, the Azd tribe. Al-Yamani, Yemeni Isam Al-Yamani. Al-Afghani, the Afghan. Al-Sidawi, Sidon, Lebanon. Al-Fayoumi, Fayoum, Egypt. Al-Hijazi, present-day Saudi Arabia. Akhlam Hijazi, a Palestinian artist from Hebron. Al-Hindi, the Indian. Amin al-Hindi. Al-Tamimi, or Tamimi, that girl, that little blonde girl, from tribe of clan of Banu Tamim, Azam Tamimi. Hamati from Syria, Hama city, Hama. Umayyah from Saudi Arabia, Ban Umayyah tribe, Umayyads, Umayyad Johad, Palestinian artist. Ottoman, Turkey. Murad, Yemen, Murad tribe. Alawi from Syria, minority religious group in Syria. Iraqi from Iraq. Halabi, Aleppo, Syria. Tajani, Saudi Arabia. Matar from Yemen, Bani Matar village. Al-Baghdadi, Baghdad, Iraq. Tarabulsi or Trabelsi, Tarabulus, Tripoli, Lebanon. Hurani, Huran, Syria. Zubaydi, Iraq, Zubayd tribe, Zakaria Zubaydi, Al-Husseini, Saudi Arabia, Saudi, Saudi Arabia, Metzrawa, Egypt. Bardawil, Salah Bardawil, Hamas legislator in Gaza, Egypt. In Gaza, and Egypt. Bardawil Lake area.
Can I stop you for a moment?
I'm almost done.
Anybody, just hold on. Anybody tuning in right now, he's been naming the names of these. These are Arabic last names, surnames.
Yeah, people who live in supposedly Palestine.
Right, of families that of Arabs that live in Israel.
Yeah.
Okay. Not Palestine, but Israel.
Yeah.
There's no Palestine anywhere in the Israeli territory. Okay. So, and they claim to be native, but their name, and they however, they know, and every other Arab knows who lives in the area, that's complete bullshit.
Yep.
And we're reading these names, showing you where they really come from Egypt, from Jordan, from Iraq, from Tunis, from Morocco, anywhere but Israel.
Yeah.
Continue. Sorry.
Hold on. Yeah. After I read this, I'm going to read to you an article that I wrote 10 years ago or 9 years ago about this whole thing. Nashashibi, Syria, very rich family, by the way. They were one of the families that was trying to, whatever. I'll read to you the thing. Bushnak, Bosnia, Zoabi from Iraq, Hanin Zoabi, our favorite little person. Yeah. Turkey, Daoud Turki, Al-Kurd, Kurdistan, Hadadins, Yemen, descended from Ghazanid Christian Arabs. Arab Abu Kishk, these are the only Bedouins, Egypt. Arab al-Shakirat, Bedouins. Arab al-Zabidat, Egypt, Bedouins. Arab al-Aramsha, Egypt, Bedouins. Abu Sitta. In Arabic, Abu means father and Sitta means six. Translated, it means father of six. The Abu Sitta family primarily received this name because around the year 1700, a well-known knight of the large Al-Tarabin tribe always had 6 slaves, i.e. Fedawiya, bodyguards, 3 on each side with him. They were with him wherever he went, day or night, hence the name Abu Sitta. Egypt, Bedouins, Salman Abu Sitta, Nuba, Hebron, founded by the Nuba people. Even Arafat, the most famous Fakistinian, that's a guy writes, and leader of the terrorist group PLO, was not native to Judea. He called himself a Palestinian refugee and claimed he was born in Jerusalem, but he spoke Arabic with an Egyptian dialect. He was born in 1929 in Cairo. He served in the Egyptian army, studied at the University of Cairo, and lived in Cairo until 1956. Arafat's full name was Muhammad Abdul Rahman Abdul Rauf Arafat al-Qudwa al-Husseini. In the name al-Qudwa, his tribe origin. Professor Azmi Bishara, a Palestinian Arab. There is no Palestinian nation. When were there any Palestinians? Until the end of 19th century. Palestine was the south of Greater Syria, another recent invention. There is only one Arab nation. The word Palestine is a colonial invention used by the ancient Romans in order to erase the Jewish identity of Judea and Israel. Even the Palestinian National Charter recognizes all the Jews living in the region prior to 1948 were as Palestinians. It's an intellectual fad divorced from the concerns of an educated people. Zuhair Mohsen, top PLO member who was responsible for the Damour massacre. The Palestinian people does not exist. The creation of the Palestinian state is only a means, this is his quote, for continuing our struggle against the state of Israel for our Arab unity. Unity! In reality today, there is no difference between Jordanians, Palestinians, Syrians, and Lebanese. Only for political and tactical reasons do we speak today about the existence of a Palestinian people.
Just one more time, please, for the folks at home and for myself, who made all of these statements?
These are Palestinian people, Palestinian politicians, Arab politicians, whatever you want.
But especially the last one. Is there a name to
Yeah, I'll tell you them. Sorry, I just went to the next thing. His name is, the last 2 guys, their names were Azmi Bishara, is a famous name, and Zuhair Mohsen, top PLO member.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So now I'm going to read to you an article that I wrote. When did I write this article? In 2000, I believe, 13, called, or 2012. I actually published it in Slimes of Israel back when they were more or less whatever. Originally, I published it on my blog. Yeah, it's called, July 12th, 2013, 9 years ago. It's called Tribal Fusion, the Palestine Pipe Tree. 9 years ago. Many in the international community perceive the existence of a Palestinian nation and thus a state as a foregone conclusion, and moreover, view them as a monolith. This all began when Yasser Arafat essentially invented a nation of people from a patchwork of various tribes who inhabited the Levant, including various places in what are now Israel proper in Judea and Samaria. The painted rosy picture of the unification of the Palestinians of Gaza and the West Bank is the most recent sub-myth of this phony narrative. There exists a stark reality that the clan aspect of Palestinian society has become more important since the Second Intifada in 2000, with the social hierarchy of these clans in particular playing a huge role in the Palestinian power structure. What the world conveniently ignores, or is ignorant of, is that aside from 3.7 million multi-tribal Palestinians currently living in the territories who will be directly affected by the impending declaration, this is when they were declaring a state, there are 2.7 million Palestinians in Jordan, 600,000 in Syria, 400,000 in Lebanon, and 280,000 in Egypt, all of whom belong to various clans, many of whom engage in honor killing against each other to this day. For example, the Shawa clan was relied on by Egypt to help administer Gaza. They continue to be a prominent force with the scion Azam Shawa, who was once the director of foreign relations for the Bank of Palestine in Gaza. Although his family hails from Gaza, he is in fact a member of the Fatah, which is the ruling party in the West Bank, PLO, and was the former Minister of Energy in the Palestinian Authority. He also received higher education in the US. The Al-Rais clan, also based in Gaza, produced the Justice Minister of the Palestinian Authority in Nihad al-Rais. The Shawa and Al-Rais clans are just two of the many entities which serve to demonstrate the influential presence of Fatah, or PLO, in what is now Hamas-controlled Gaza. On the opposite side of the coin in Jerusalem, there is the Al-Husseini family, which produced the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, Muhammad Amin al-Husseini. He espoused Nazi ideology and was one of the founders of the Muslim Brotherhood, which eventually led to the creation of Hamas in Gaza. On a side note, while Hamas ruled Gaza, their official headquarters were in Damascus until recently. His distant cousin, Rafiq al-Husseini, is a member of Fatah and was chief of staff to the PA president, Mahmoud Abbas. Then there is the Nasashibi clan, as we mentioned, from Syria, who were one of the most powerful families in what was Palestine under the British Mandate and bitter rivals to the Husseini clan. In the early days of the Zionist movement, they emerged as the more moderate force pushing for a compromise with the Jews. They were instrumental in King Abdullah unification of the Arab parts of Palestine and Transjordan following the creation of the State of Israel in 1948. That's how you got 80% of Transjordan is Palestinian, or Jordan. The ramifications of this are felt to this day, with Jordan housing nearly 3 million supposed quote-unquote Palestinians, 170,000 of whom do not hold Jordanian citizenship and are basically refugees, compared with Israel, who has given full rights and citizenship to all Arabs living within its borders. The same cannot be said for Jews currently living in towns, those legal and with legal ambiguity in Judea and Samaria, whose fate will be unknown upon the declaration of a Palestinian state. A glaring piece of history which is not mentioned in the narrative is the fact that it was these and many other wealthy clans that sold land to Jews and inflated prices even before the British took control. Most of the land was owned by absentee landlords who lived in Cairo, Damascus, and Beirut. Those who sold their land also included the mayors of Gaza City, Jerusalem, and Jaffa, what is now part of Tel Aviv. Moreover, both Jordan and Egypt eventually came to rely on these clans to convince Arabs to flee to all four corners of the Middle East, promising they could return once the Jews were defeated. This promise has obviously not been fulfilled to this day. The irony was that it was these landlords who were terrorized by rebels from rival factions who sold their lands to the Jews and left Palestine. As it stands, there are hundreds of clans of different social, political, and economic stripes within the Palestinian sphere. They reside in Gaza, Jerusalem, Hebron, Nablus, Ramallah, Bethlehem, Jericho, Tulkarem, Chalchul, Kalkilia, Anapta, Jenin, and Salfit. There are certain towns and clans in the West Bank, quote unquote, which are significantly more prosperous than others. The West Bank as a whole is more prosperous than Gaza. This dynamic can potentially serve as a recipe for class envy. Moreover, the tribes in Gaza are organized into 6 different tribal configurations. Some are friendly with Hamas, some with Fatah, and others pledge allegiance to no one but themselves. Some of these clans have members who currently reside in refugee camps in Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, and Egypt, all of whom are experiencing upheaval on some level. The Palestinian Authority and possibly Hamas are thus attempting to physically bring to fruition an idea which was conjured up by Yasser Arafat after the 1967 war and was done so for purely for PR purposes. Even if the goal of quote unquote right of return is achieved, it is unclear what group of people will hold alliance to which faction of a newly formed government, if at all, and how these people will get along with each other. Middle East scholar Mordechai Kedar, Bar-Ilan University, has a much better idea. His plan calls for the establishment of 8 independent sovereign states in the West Bank, which he refers to as a Palestinian Emirates fashioned after the UAE. And that's how I posted the video. Somebody took it down. That's it. So, what do you think?
Absolutely crazy. Look at the. By the way, look into the comments. We have a new fan, Landis Hansen.
Hold on. And hold on. And what does this person say? How are you going to be calling for destruction of Palestinians in Tisha B'Av when our own destruction was called for? Huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Huh?
This is literally, a person who immediately comes out swinging, immediately straw manning, right away.
Yeah.
He obviously just tuned in, has no idea about what we're talking about, completely ignoring everything that you're saying.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to say context. Forget context.
Yeah.
He's literally ignoring everything that we said.
Yeah.
He's complete. Landis, you are a piece of shit dressed up as a human being.
Yeah.
Okay. Enjoy the rest of the show. Fucker.
Oh, Lord, help us now.
Landis.
Well, at least we have another.
I hate guys with last names, with first names that should be last names.
Yes. Last name first, first name last. Clown show.
Carlton. That's a last.
At least he danced cool.
He did.
Cool dance.
Yeah, he liked. What was it? He loved. Was it Wayne Newton or who else did he love?
I don't know.
He loved this famous Las Vegas singer.
Oh, Tom Jones. Not
Tom Jones. Right? It was Tom Jones.
Not unusual to be the. Like we went from this to like Carlton. It's like, boom. See, we get back on track real quick.
Oh, because Landis.
Yeah. God.
Landis. Yeah. It's actually the last name of a decent director, John Landis.
Yeah, that's right. Mm-hmm.
Was John Landis a Jew? Was he Jewish, right? He must have been, right?
Look that up.
No, because the only reason I'm saying that is, here's I'm standing strong for Palestinian rights, calling for you're standing strong for people who don't exist.
We just listed where they're from.
And
who they are and where they're from.
As anti-Zionist Jews. Basically, you're supporting the imaginary rights of a completely imaginary entity.
People who want to kill us, want to kill you as well. That's
beside the point. An imaginary entity that was created in the late 60s as a political tool to that's used against the Jews. And you support Jews who hate themselves and join with that.
Yeah.
Congratulations. You're a piece of shit.
Yeah. Well, John Landis is from a Jewish family in Chicago, Illinois. So that's good.
Yeah, he directed that documentary, Mr. Warmth, about Don Rickles, which had the best story ever told in comedy.
He also directed Animal House, The Blues Brothers.
Yeah, and the Werewolf of London.
Or London, coming soon, Trading Places, Twilight Zone the movie, Into the Night, Spies Like Us, Clue, Three Amigos, Amazon Women on the Moon. I never heard this.
This guy's contribution to the
Coming to America.
Yeah, to the 80s classics is just
Oscar with Sylvester Stallone. I don't remember the
great movie, by the way. What a movie!
Innocent Blood. Beverly Hills Cop 3.
Wait, what'd you say after Oscar? I didn't hear.
Innocent Blood. I don't know.
Oh, wait. Hold on.
Black comedy.
Wait. Innocent Blood is hilarious. It's a mafia vampire movie.
Yeah.
That actually stars many people. Robert Loggia, Anthony LaPaglia,
yeah,
and Don Rickles.
our favorite Australian mafia guy.
Our favorite Australian Italian guy, yeah.
And Don Rickles, yeah.
And Don, right. So he's absolutely.
Cash Palmentary is in it also.
There's this one scene. So I'll just tell you quickly. There's a beautiful girl that stars in this movie, and she's the vampire, right? And
Parillo.
I'm not sure. I don't remember. But basically, she is attacking mafia guys and and sucking their blood, I guess, because she doesn't want to attack good people, I suppose. I don't know. So it's a good candidate. Yes. So she gets next to Robert Loggia, who's one of the mob bosses, right?
Yeah. And
they start they start making out and stuff like that. She's trying to seduce him. And then she goes, ooh, garlic. She senses garlic on his breath. He goes, "You are not Italian." Right? She's repelled by garlic. So
she's a smokestack, by the way, gotta say.
Or she's a smokestack.
She was young. I'm not even now. Whatever. French woman.
Oh, here we go. Landis. Israel is an opponent of Tikkun Olam. Landis, you don't know what Tikkun Olam is. Okay, you got your definition of Tikkun Olam,
if not now,
from Clinton.
Yeah,
not a Hebrew scholar.
Yes.
Okay, nobody cares a shit about your version of Tikkun Olam. That's not.
Tikkun Olam is a term used once in any of Jewish liturgy. It comes from Aleinu, Tikkun Olam Malchut Shaddai, in the kingdom of God. The Malchut Shaddai. It exists nowhere else, anywhere.
Oh, he's asking. So who was
living there before 1912?
Okay, so there were Arabs living there,
1900s.
and a small number. It was a very desolate until Jews came to Israel and began to work the land and make it into what it is today. It was a freaking. You could find out. Read Mark Twain's description of what Israel was when he got there. It was a desolate swamp, okay, with very few people living there, period, okay? And however, there were Arabs, but there were also Jews living there throughout the ages.
I just wrote, Hasidic Jews came into Israel in the mid-1800s, literally bought land from Arabs and inflated prices.
Okay, there have been Jews traveling to Israel and settling there, at least from Europe, from Eastern Europe, for hundreds of years, going all the way back to the 1500s. Actually, every century there was a lot, but it really ramped up in the early 1700s, late 1600s.
Yeah.
Okay, it never stopped.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm not going to address Mr. Landis.
You also directed this, John.
You don't deserve your first name. Yeah. You're not a good director of 80s movies, so fuck off.
Beverly Hills Cop 3. The Stupids. I don't remember. What was this? Oh, with Tom Arnold. Oh my God.
There's one movie.
Brothers 2000s.
Right. He stopped. I think his he left Hollywood for a while because there was a movie that he was filming which somebody died on set, like during one of the stunts. One of the explosions, like a helicopter fell, and there's, I think
yeah,
might have been a child actually.
It was here. No, John, you sure it was him? You sure it was him?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, Twilight Zone accident. Yeah, but that was.
Can we just talk about for a moment the idea of arguing with fools?
Yeah.
Right. That's one of the major problems that I've had, because there's the proverb that says, don't argue with fools because you'll become one of them. Basically, that's not a quote, but that's the basic idea.
Yeah.
Okay. So the problem is, like, they love to scream and shout. The fools, like this Landis guy, love to scream.
Yeah, now he's saying they bought land from Epstein.
Exactly. So at what point do you stop engaging them? Like, they have infinite energy to sprout lies constantly. That's what they do all day. And then you have somebody who knows that they're bullshitting and addresses them, right? But then they have to go to work, or they have to go, feed their baby or something like that.
Yeah, these people don't have to.
Continues on.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, it's okay.
Unbelievable.
The Israeli population deserves rights just as Palestinian population does. The Israeli state is what I have an issue with. Okay, we have an issue with the Israeli state too for different reasons.
Yeah, but this guy doesn't listen to us. He only wants to use every platform just to spew his nonsense. He is not, trust me, he is not listening.
I know,
to
he
us.
doesn't give a crap.
He is just, he heard something, he's triggered, and now he found a platform to, to speak, his truth to the world, which that's all it is. It's intolerable type of person. Anyway. Landon Hansen, eat shit.
What were we talking about though? Yeah, so basically these guys.
And yes, I really would say that if you were here. I would say that literally to your face. I could hear people's thoughts sometimes,
Yeah. Oh, keyboard warrior, man. Keyboard warrior. Nah.
I wish I could reach out, and touch someone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But this keyboard, listen, this is the way, this is what it is now. I mean, it's not I didn't set up the situation. You know what I mean? So D West, what is concern Doge? Explain that to me. I've seen you type that.
I have not a clue.
We love you, D West, but please explain what concern Doge is. I'm fascinated.
Dr. Dennis G, glad you're out of the safe room. I spent some time last night in Bat Yam. Oh, this is like a person. Hashem protects us well. Carol, glad you're safe. Oh, there's like people who are some of our viewers are like in. Oh, Denise, not Dennis. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she's in Beersheba. I hope you're safe, Denise. Stay safe. Yeah, she's in Beersheba in the south of Israel.
Yeah.
Crazy.
It's a TTV icon. Okay, now explain what TTV is.
I have no idea what I don't know.
It shows up.
It's an emoji.
An emoji.
No clue.
That's what a TTV icon is, an emoji?
I have no idea. It's a Doge meme emoji. Oh, Doge, like the Doge coin, but like, I don't know, I guess.
Oh, so you're trying to use the meme, but it comes up just with the term itself, like it's not showing the picture?
Yeah.
All right, we'll get back to that. Well, I appreciate it, D West. Demystified that for me.
D West.
And thanks for tuning in.
Yes, sir.
And like and subscribe. And send us lots of money.
Oh, TTV is a browser extension for Twitch. Yo,
and if you don't like it, subscribe. You're interfering with my rise to fame. Continue.
Yes, these are apparently things that we're supposed to know about, but we don't. So we have no idea.
Yeah.
What TTV is and Twitch and what, I don't know. It's a meme of a concerned-looking canine. Oh God. Alrighty.
Thank you, Carol.
Baruch Hashem.
Yeah, man. So let's get back on the topic. I did want to read something.
Yeah.
Which is more on the positive.
We can make today a long episode because we're competing. Apparently, I was told by 2 people that we're competing with Torah at any time who are doing this around the clock. But
I'm trying to distract myself from my headache and my hunger. I could do this.
Headache, but I am hungry. Yeah.
I'll go to, I don't mind making this a marathon until I'm allowed to have something.
Yeah.
But
that's another 4 hours, man. That which would make the 7.
I mean, I don't know if we're gonna do. I'm just, I'm speaking a little bit hyperbolically.
Yeah.
But listen, if there's enough to talk about, I won't feel it.
Yeah.
So, I haven't looked since you showed me that that video about Rabbi Hanania Weissman.
Yeah.
He was speaking up for my brother, slander, and in that video that he posted, he mentioned, don't look at Israel at Aretz Sheva. Don't look at, because every time you give them views, you're helping them, even if you put negative comments against their BS, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
I haven't. So I took what he said to heart, and I didn't look at it. But since the rockets start falling, I don't know where else to look. I don't even know if what I'm hearing is correct. I don't know why I bother.
No, Alan Silver, by the way, on WhatsApp, he's been posting amazing updates, and Alan Silver is a fan of your brother.
Could you send a link? I need.
It's a WhatsApp. It's a WhatsApp group. Alan Silver News. I just don't know if you'll be able because it's full.
Oh well, there you go.
Let's see. Maybe he has a second. He has a.
But so that's the side point. I just wanted to say that since the rocket started falling again, I looked at Arat Sheva just as a reflex. And I saw something which I don't know, maybe this is why. It says, this is written by someone named Daniel Pinner, Pinner.
Okay.
And the article is called Halachot for greeting the Mashiach if he comes this Sunday, which is today.
Interesting.
He says, we do not know exactly how the redemption will come about and in what order things will occur, but let us be prepared. Okay, that's fair. Okay. So, and there's this awesome photograph of someone blowing a silver horn, just like the ones that the Levium had, but the Mikdash on an altar, the Pesach offering. It's beautiful. That's just an amazing sight.
Yeah.
So this year, this is not long, okay? So I'll just this year, the 9th of Av falls on Shabbat. Therefore, we do not fast on the 9th itself. This is by no means unusual. It is the 24th time this century. That's an interesting number. Meaning, since the year 5700 or 1940, the Gregorian calendar, again, in the Jewish year 5700, and that the 9th of Av has fallen out on Shabbat. In previous years, when the 9th of Av has fallen on Shabbat, the fast has been postponed to the 10th of the month, like it is today, because no fast other than Yom Kippur can override Shabbat. The fast is therefore begun at sunset on Shabbat afternoon and continue until nightfall on Sunday night. Okay, fine. We have no public mourning on Shabbat, even though it is the 9th of Av. Thus, the Talmudic master Shmuel recorded the ruling that we are permitted to eat meat and drink wine at all meals, including the Seuda Shalishit. Remember, he said permitted, not obligated, like most people think. Okay, including at Seuda Shalishit, third meal on Shabbat afternoon, even for those who do not usually eat meat or drink wine at this meal. Okay, and then in the volume of Talmud called Ta'anit, okay, on page 29b, okay, and this indeed is the halacha in practice. It's also mentioned in Rambam, Laws of Fasts, chapter 5, verse 8, in the Shulchan Aruch Orach Chaim, I guess that's section 552, in the Kitzur Shulchan Aruch, in section 125, and Rashi comments this on Eruvin, which is another volume of the Talmud, on page 41a. Okay. Nevertheless, we must stop eating and drinking before sunset on Shabbat afternoon, because that is when the fast begins. Okay. Though no public mourning is permitted on Shabbat, there can and maybe should be some private recognition of the sadness of the day. So I have my own personal way of recognizing the 9th of Av on Shabbat. I own one piece of jewelry, a solid gold ring with my initials embossed on it. I wear this ring every Shabbat and Chag, every holiday as well, except for Shabbat, which falls on the 9th of Av. After all, not wearing a ring does not constitute public display of mourning. Fine. So the Haftarah, so this person does this as a personal gesture to God that only God would recognize.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. The Haftarah, reading from the prophets following the Torah on Shabbat morning, is okay. So far he's giving laws about observing the 9th of Av on Shabbat, but I want to see him get into the halachot for the greeting of Mashiach. I don't know why we need this whole. I'm just looking for that section where he starts talking about it.
Yeah.
Okay, so but the plan was disastrously wrong when the spies instead delivered their evil report, demoralizing the nation. And that night, when the nation cried in despair, it was the 9th of Av. So instead of the 9th of Av being the day of redemption, it became a day of tragedy. But nevertheless, this day has always retained its essential character as the day of potential redemption. That's the real essence of Tisha B'Av. Now we do not yet know how exactly the final redemption will come about, as the Rambam advises. Quote, this is the Rambam. No one knows how all these events and others like them will happen. until they will happen. That's from, he wrote that in the Laws of Kings, chapter 12, verse 1. So we do not yet know how or when or by whom the Holy Temple will be rebuilt. If first we build the Holy Temple and then Mashiach will come, or if Mashiach comes and builds the Holy Temple, right? Or if he comes and then we build it. And so in order to be ready for any scenario, here follow a few of the relevant halachot for this Sunday, 10th of Av. Okay, so finally, he says like this: upon seeing the Mashiach, you have to say a series of blessings, 5 blessings. Okay, so the first one you say are Baruch atah Hashem Elokeinu melech haolam go'al Yisrael. Blessed are you, Lord our God, eternal King, who has redeemed Israel. That's the first thing we have to say. The second thing we have to say is Baruch atah Hashem Elokeinu melech haolam shehechiyanu v'kiyamanu v'yigyanu l'zman hazeh, which the translation is, blessed are you, Lord our God, eternal King, who has kept us alive and sustained us and brought us until this time. Okay. The third blessing is Baruch atah Hashem Elokeinu melech haolam shecholak. Hold on, the page is jumping. The hell? Mechachmato li reov. Okay, blessed are you, Hashem our God, eternal King, who has apportioned of his wisdom to those who fear him. Okay. Okay. And fourth is Baruch atah Hashem Elokeinu melech haolam shecholak bichvodo leyirov. Blessed are you, Hashem our God, eternal King, who has apportioned of his glory to those who fear him. Gave some of his glory to the ones who fear God. And then says the fifth is, blessed are you, Hashem our God, eternal King, who is the knower of secrets, which is in Hebrew, Baruch atah Hashem Elokeinu melech haolam hacham horazim. Is that what it says? I can't see. Yeah, that's Reish and Zion. Yeah, just kind of funny font. Horozeim. Baruch atah Hashem Elokeinu melech haolam hacham harozeim, which is, again, blessed are you, Hashem our God, eternal King, knower of secrets. Okay. Now, if that's, can you hear the baby, by the way?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit. Okay. It's very loud here, so. Okay. Barran. Okay. Blessed are you. Okay, so then if the Holy Temple is rebuilt, then of course all the offerings are reinstated immediately. Upon entering the Holy Temple for the first time, it is appropriate to recite the blessing, Baruch atah Hashem Elokeinu melech haolam shehechiyanu v'kiyamanu v'yigyanu l'zman hazeh, which is, we read that above. Blessed are you, Hashem our God, eternal King, who has kept us alive and sustained us and brought us until this time. That's if the temple is rebuilt and we come into the temple. But if the Holy Temple is not rebuilt, we can offer no individual offerings. The sole exception is the Korban Pesach, the Passover offering. Nevertheless, even without the Holy Temple being rebuilt, we can build the altar on the Temple Mount and bring communal offerings on it. Thus, we will be able, for example, to reinstate Tamid, which is the twice daily offering, 1 lamb in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. Okay. The first opportunity to offer a musaf, that's just called an additional. The word musaf means additional, but it's an additional offering, right? So again, the first opportunity to offer a musaf, additional offering, after the 10th of Av will of course be the musaf Shabbat, the additional offering for Shabbat on the 16th of Av, okay, 13th of August, consisting of 2 male lambs. And this is a non-meat eater speaking to you folks. Okay. An interesting question arises concerning the offering to atone for unintentional communal idolatry, which, as is stated in the book of Numbers, in chapter 15, verses 22 through 26, as explained in Horayot on page 8a, the A side. The offering for which consists of one young bull, okay, as an olah, which is a burnt offering, and one male goat as a chatat, a sin offering to atone for an accidental sin. Now the entire community has to participate in this offering. It is unquestionably a communal offering, so it would appear that we will be able to bring this offering immediately, even without the Holy Temple being rebuilt. But this presents a major practical problem. The biggest unintentional communal idolatry which the nation of Israel is currently committing is continuing to dwell outside of Israel. I actually disagree. It's worshiping the state and committing ritual suicide with the vaccine. That's the primary idolatry. Okay. After all, both Rabbi Yishmael, as stated in the volume of Talmud called Avodah Zarah on page 8a, and Rabbi Shimon ben Eliezer, okay, and he states in Avot de Rabbi Natan on chapter 26, verse 4, where they say, quote, any Jew outside of the land of Israel worships idolatry in purity. Again, that's agadic, and we have to understand what that means. Yeah. So this is indeed in practice. Quote, a Jew must always live in the land of Israel, even in a city whose majority are idolaters, and not live outside of the land of Israel, even in a city whose majority are Jews, because everyone who leaves Israel is as though he worships idolatry. Okay, so many of the people we're talking about never left Israel. They've never been to Israel. Yeah. Okay, and so that's a quote from the Rambam, Laws of Kings, on chapter 5, verse 12. Okay, so the practical problem, of course, is how those millions of good devout Jews in Flatbush, Muncie, Williamsburg, Lakewood, Golders Green, that's in England, Stamford Hill, England, Salford, England, Prestwich, England, Strasbourg, that's not England, that's probably Belgium, Antwerp, certainly Belgium, Rue de Rousières, never heard of it, sounds French, Berlin, Toronto, and other places of exile. He didn't mention Miami, so I'm safe. And other places of exile will be able to participate in this offering. Yeah. Okay, it is, after all, precisely these devout and pious Jews who constantly worship idolatry in purity, perhaps connoting unintentionally, right? Who need this offering to atone for their unintentional idolatry. I wonder if the guy writing this took the schmack scene. But a
lot of these people are pro Aliyah, but also pro vaccine. So,
yeah, it'd be interesting to find that out. Both are precise.
They don't realize that they're doing idolatry. They don't realize that. So.
Yeah. But they're very quick to leap on people. But these are precisely the Jews who are so disconnected geographically from Jerusalem that they will not be able to participate in offerings, even vicariously.
Okay.
At the present time, I see no solution to this conundrum. The best I can suggest is the standard Talmudic formula. Elijah the Tishbi. Tishbi, Yitzaretz, Kushiot, Uvayot, meaning Elijah the Tishbi, the Tishbite, the prophet who will herald Mashiach, will resolve all unanswered questions and unsolvable problems. You probably should have started with that. Yeah. There are some Jews who have a very laudable custom of keeping a meticulous record of every accidental sin they commit, so that in the future, time to come, they'll be able to bring a korban chatat, an accidental sin offering, to atone for every such sin. This is based on an incident recorded in the Talmud. Man, I hear about this kind of stuff. I'm like, holy crap, I'm finished. You know, like what about all the intentional sins? Is that something I have to write in a different little notebook? Yeah. Anyway, so there are some Jews who have a very laudable custom. I read that. Okay, that they record every accidental sin that they commit, so that in the future time to come, they will be able to bring a korban chatat, accidental sin offering, to atone. This is based on the incident recorded in the Talmud when Rabbi Yishmael ben Elisha, who lived in the first generation after the destruction of the Holy Temple, when he accidentally desecrated Shabbat, when he was reading by the light of a lamp, and without thinking, tilted the lamp to increase the flame. He subsequently wrote in a ledger, quote, I, Yishmael ben Elisha, was reading and tilted a candle on Shabbat. When the holy temple will be rebuilt, it will bring a fat sin offering. That's written in the volume of Talmud called Shabbat, page 12, verse A. So similarly, with a convert, a non-Jew who converts to Judaism has to bring in a burnt offering consisting of an animal, male bull, sheep, or goat, or 2 turtle doves, or 2 young doves, either male or female. At this time in which there are no offerings, the convert must have the intention to bring his or her offering, and when the holy temple will be rebuilt, he or she will bring his or her offering. Okay. So, however, these are individual offerings. So if the holy temple is not rebuilt, we can offer no hatat, which is accidental sin offering. We can offer no asham, which is a guilt offering to atone for a deliberate sin. Oh, that answers my question. Okay. And no zevach todah, a thanksgiving offering. And we can't bring in olah, which is which a woman brings after childbirth, and which a convert brings, and so on. Okay. If it is rebuilt, then anyone who owes an offering has to bring that offering by the end of the cycle of the pilgrimage festivals, which is Pesach, Shavuot, and Sukkot. Therefore, if the holy temple is rebuilt on Sunday or any time before Sukkot, he or she has until Shavuot of next year, which would be 5783, which is, you're not going to believe this, May 26th.
Wow.
Next year, to fulfill his or her obligation. So basically my 42nd birthday. So my intention for reading this dry information, right, which I know wasn't very intriguing, was to create a positive vessel. You hear me?
Yeah, I'm listening.
You know, like we read something, like let's prepare for something good to happen. Like let's know something. I'm mainly speaking to myself. I'm sure many people listening probably know this way better than I do. I certainly, this isn't even a refresher. I wasn't even aware of this in the first place. So I didn't intend it to be a platform for a guy to rail against Jews who don't want to worship the state the way he does.
Yeah.
If he would have said, just come to the land. You have to live on the land. You don't have to love the government. You don't have to worship the government, right? That probably would have been better somehow.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So there's one more thing I want to say. I was reading the Gateway Pundit, and it says that there's a headline here that says friends of Dr. Simone Gold are concerned about her safety in prison after checking into center where recorded violence is high. So it just says here, Dr. Simone Gold, who was a colleague and an early supporter of my brother, and a person who adopted the same or a similar protocol, right? I remember her. She's one of the early names, outspoken person.
Yeah.
Dr. Simone Gold is one of the few outspoken doctors in the U.S. to stand up to the government's response to the China coronavirus, the China virus.
Yeah.
As a result, say it. As a result of sharing her concern. Right. As a result of sharing her concerns at the Capitol on January 6th, 2021, after being invited into the Capitol by Capitol Police, she sits in prison today. Dr. Gold checked into prison in late July. Dr. Simone did nothing wrong. Her crime was a simple misdemeanor for trespassing, even though that shouldn't even be it, because she was invited in by Capitol Police. So how could she trespass if she, oh, that's what the guy says. She committed no violence. She left the building when she was asked to leave. Then the good doctor was placed with a corrupt Obama judge, who she rebuffed in college many years ago when he asked her out. He didn't recuse himself and instead placed her in prison for 60 days for her crime. Now, a friend of Dr. Simone is worried about her safety in prison. She wrote a letter this week fearing for the doctor's personal safety. Here are her concerns. Dear friend, I promised Dr. Simone Gold I promised I would write you. Because of her entry to a federal detention center for misdemeanor, quote unquote, misdemeanor trespass, frankly, I'm concerned for her safety. The Miami Federal Detention Center is a very political federal detention center where according to Zoukis Consulting Group, ZOUKIS, the level of violence is high. According to one inmate, quote, there is an altercation every day and the use of weapons, knives, locks, etc. is not uncommon. The report did not distinguish between men's and women's, the men's and women's side of the prison. As if this were not enough, the use of criminal informants is everywhere in the US justice system, although almost invisible to the public. From street corners to jails to courthouses to prisons, every year the government negotiates thousands of deals with criminal offenders in which suspects can avoid arrest or punishment in exchange for information. Government informants inside prison pretend to be regular inmates, recording others or submitting affidavits about what others say, and they do this for pay or for lighter sentences. Not to mention that the FDC Miami maintains the highest level 3 COVID restrictions. That means no visitation. It means mandatory face masks, social distancing, and a 10-day quarantine when entering without vaccination, which actually could be helpful for her. Besides which, federal prisons have switched to scanning mail rather than providing physical copies to inmates to reduce costs in what The Intercept calls a surveillance nightmare. So I think that's the end of the letter. So what has happened to this country? How can we sit idly by when a bitter partisan judge can throw an innocent doctor into prison on trumped up charges, who worked at inner city emergency rooms and who has no record on frivolous charges? This has to stop. Americans need to wake up to what is happening to their country before it's too late. Which means what? Parents of police officers, and especially the military, have to call their children home and say, you are not sacrificing your safety and your youth and your strength and your youthful vitality for righteousness and to protect. You are becoming a goon squad for tyrants. So that's the only way that this, to not sit idly by. Because otherwise, what else are we going to do? Like, what am I going to do? Come in there, guns a-blazing? Like, that's not going to work. I'm not going to do that. Primarily because it won't work. So what do you have to say?
Can I read to you something from our friend Eliakim Cohen, who's a fan of your brother?
Sure.
That he wrote about Iron Dome, and then I'm having like it's like a friendly debate, I guess you can call it, about this issue.
Okay.
Because he's asking like, what would the alternative be without Iron Dome? So he wrote the following. I find it sad that even the Iron Dome has now become a talking point between the right-wing Jews of Israel. Yeah, it's annoying that never ever finish any war with terrorists in Gaza. We constantly adhere to ceasefires that the other side doesn't adhere to, and we continue to let our enemies off the hook. There were 950 rockets that were shot at Israel in the last 48 hours. Beseder, some of them landed in Gaza. The rest could have landed anywhere in Israel. Thankfully, we have the most remarkable piece of technology in modern history at our disposal. The result of this is that 97% of the rockets that would have landed in populated areas were shot down, Baruch Hashem. Just take the remaining 3 that weren't shot down. How much damage should those have caused? Well, thankfully, nothing, because we didn't have a single casualty in this round of fighting. Why is it so hard for people to thank Hashem for giving us the Iron Dome? So he takes that different stance. Why does he play no role in this technological miracle for the Jewish people? Sure, you might argue that Iron Dome makes us complacent and soft. I'm not arguing that at all. Our pathetic leaders make horrendous decisions 24/7. The Iron Dome has nothing to do with that. You might also argue that if we didn't have the Iron Dome, our death toll would have been so high, we would have needed to destroy Gaza earlier. So now we're hoping for a higher death toll just to do a job we could do with even 0 deaths. You're all missing the point. The Iron Dome is Hashem's lifeline to the Jewish people while we have the most mediocre leadership imaginable. It's the stopgap so we can wake up and demand better, which that's not what's happening. Do I think our current system?
Actually, it's their primary tool for staying in power.
Yeah. Do I think our current system is great? No, I hope the state collapses tomorrow and something better takes its place. But unfortunately, this is the hand we've been dealt currently. I was walking to Mincha on Shabbos last May with my family when a rocket buzzed right over us, May 2021. It literally sounded like it was coming right for us. We ran back to the bomb shelter as fast as we could, and thankfully the Iron Dome knocked it out of the sky right over my apartment in Ramat Gan. My neighbors took pictures. The smoke was all over our building. It was the loudest noise I've ever seen, heard in my life. The Iron Dome does the job it's supposed to do. Hashem knows our leaders are useless, so he gave us a lifeline in the interim. If you don't want to see this, then Beseder, keep blaming a piece of metal and steel for all of our problems. It's not that. The Iron Dome saves lives, but that's what it's intended to do. Why? So that's too much attention isn't focused on the real miracle of 40,000 rockets fired on Jewish state in 17 years, with the death counts that is so fractionally what it should be logically be, that if ever stopped to really think about it, it'll blow your mind. So praising the Iron Dome, start praising the God who gave us the technology in the first place. When we act better and we demand better, the Iron Dome will become obsolete. Until then, when you see a rocket buzzing over your head and it being shot down, just say thanks and smile. It's not that hard.
Could not disagree more.
It's the very existence of Iron Dome that makes us complacent and not demand better from our government.
You should add that clearly.
One second. Altogether. Yeah.
While you're talking to him, if you can write in my name, clearly from previous situations like the Gulf War, where Scud missiles were sent. Just for the folks who don't know, a Scud missile is a missile the size of a school bus. Were sent into Israel, 39, into Israel, into the center of cities, Tel Aviv.
Yeah.
Destroyed entire apartment complexes.
Yeah.
They didn't land in some field. No one was killed.
And destroyed.
God doesn't need the Iron Dome to protect
apartment complexes. No, there was one person was killed from like a heart attack.
But that guy had a heart attack.
No one was killed.
That guy had a heart attack.
Really, God does himself.
The Iron Dome is the definition of Klippa.
People.
Think about it. Think about it. Klippa.
Is
a shell, a dome.
Hey, come on. A shell.
Think about it. Sorry, that was an echo.
It's okay.
Well, we're not gonna have it out with Eliakim live on air.
Yeah.
We'll record it. Hey, you want to talk about you want to change gears entirely and talk about that lady, that lady who calls herself secular and talks about all the religious Jewish guys that are hitting on her?
Well, the Jewish guys that she goes out with and they only want things and stuff.
No, but she see, I wanted to address. I've heard this kind of thing before, and I want to address something.
Okay.
So can we? I don't want to like read the entire, conversation that you had with her. Just kind of.
I didn't have a conversation. It was just her writing to me, and me kind of responding with one sentences.
Right. So
just like explaining their behavior, I guess.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. You 1 second.
I can write it to you. I can read it to you. No, I obviously won't say the person's name.
Yeah.
Says, thanks for the episode. Learned about Orthodox women. I'm friends with a few and just found out one is a virgin. Whatever. As a secular woman, I thought it was odd because I wanted to wait until I was okay. Hold on. Okay. I find it fascinating the juxtaposition between the women described on your podcast and the Orthodox men I encountered. All of them were hypersexual, pushed sex way too fast, and the amount of hypocrisy was just astounding. To this day, I still do not understand the words and actions by a guy who was Orthodox, whom I briefly dated last summer. That experience made me swear off religious men. And I am a woman who was very pro-sex, but found that secular men on average do not act like those Orthodox guys, or how many married Orthodox men reach out to me on Facebook. It's astounding. Married, that's I'm not surprised about. We can also have a whole episode on why did half the religious community in New York support the anti-Semitic BLM. That's something else.
Say that again. What is it?
You want to join our podcast and have an episode about why half the religious community in New York supported BLM, which is actually not true. I don't think.
Yeah. Most of what she's saying doesn't seem to be true.
Yeah,
but
it's not half, but a lot. I'm like, I wrote that. I'm like, it's not half, but there was a lot, but it's not half. And I asked, how old was this guy? I said, if the guy was in his 40s and grew up religious, it can be a sexually repressed situation for him. He probably feels like a secular woman would be more cavalier with sex. That's what I wrote to her. Hence, they're just there for fun at the very least. Said the last one was 35 and twice divorced. He said first one didn't count because he got married at 21 and was pressured to marry his rabbi's granddaughter. And then I said sex in general is this weird thing in the frum world, especially for people who grew up that way. He expected the sex on the first date. Secular men do not, at least not in my experience. I'm like, and I wrote to her, in my 20s, I was still secular. There was just a phase where I just wanted fun. Granted, it was shortly after a 2.5-year relationship, and girls were fine with that. So I don't know what she's talking about. She said, this guy told me he sees me as his future wife. We had been talking on the phone for over a month because he had COVID and couldn't meet. It's one thing to want fun, of course, and just hook up. Nothing wrong with that. But when you go on dates and take it seriously, and you know the woman is not there just for fun, then that is messed up. The secular men I've dated, been in relationships with, for the most part, understood that first date is too soon, and fifth date was too long to wait. And in the frum world, it's this polar opposite. A friend complained to me that this religious guy waited 5 dates just to kiss her, and then there are other frum guys who just want to hook up right away. And then I said, yeah, sounds like repression on the part of frum guys. So it's like extremes, And that's it. That was the end of the conversation.
There's something else that caught my eye that I wanted to mention. Hold on. I'm looking something about shiksas. Shiksas are for practice. Did you
this other guy wrote to this frum guy wrote to me.
No, she said that.
No. She did not say that. She did not say that. No. There's this other guy wrote to me his whole thing. He goes, pickup artist, the whole pickup artist. Because I said, why can't we use pickup artist tactics, in shidduchim? Like not be pickup artists, but use a certain modality. And he said, PUA is a softer term for human connection of which without we don't really live life. And then he goes, shiksas are for practice means different things to different men, all depending on the madrega, but it's there to help us.
Okay.
Now,
can I begin addressing some of the things?
No. Can I just finish reading what he wrote? Not really a mere loophole. I don't think it's a b'diavad either. Don't forget that love and sex are intertwined, and God resides.
Explain what a b'diavad is.
B'diavad is like after the fact.
Yeah.
Don't forget that love and sex are intertwined, and God resides there more than anywhere else. Kamo shemarnu chachagda shel Pesach. So you read. Pharaoh knew that what he was doing went with the abstinence shtick. I don't know what he's referring to, but when the energy lingers, it's like chasing one's own tail, unhealthy.
Basically, when he caused a separation to be between the husbands and the wives because he made a decree about the death of the male sons.
Yeah. So he says it's unhealthy, means just that. Veyada Elokim means just that. Too much God, not enough humanity. That's it.
So I wanted to first address a couple of things, okay? Yeah. For any wise guys out there, shiksas are not for practice. They're human beings, they're human women.
Exactly.
That you cannot harm them in any way.
Or as my father said,
you can't waste their time. You can't mislead them. You can't use them for anything. You can't do that to people.
Dude, I had a situation when I was 23.
And you shouldn't call them shiksas, really. I mean, it's not nice. It's funny.
This girl was very hurt.
But it's not nice.
This girl in England was very hurt when we did stuff, and then I told her I can't be with her afterwards.
Yeah, that's a dick move.
As a young schmuck, so whatever.
Yeah,
I'm just an old schmuck.
Well, no, you're not an old schmuck. Yeah. You're not old, dude. We're not old. Okay, and even when we get old in the when it comes to numbers, Rav Nachman said there's no such thing as an old man. Okay? So we're never old. Okay? We're eternal, which is the same as being young forever. No, but just serious. Okay, so now let's address what this lady was talking about. She's saying all these religious guys from the Orthodox community reaching out.
Not all.
I'm just giving a general feeling of what she's communicating. Okay.
Yeah.
You have these religious guys who are they're just looking for hookups and you know the kind of thing that it's the same. It's a very similar tone to how you hear like I used to hear like some of my father's friends, Russian guys, are like, oh, every time I go to a whorehouse, it's mostly Hasidim.
Whorehouse? You mean banya?
Whorehouse.
Oh my God.
That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying.
You just pulled a copy the tutti copy.
No.
Farrakhan of all Farrakhans.
I didn't because I'm that's not my statement. It's a statement that from others that I've heard, which I'm going to refute.
All right.
So I'm certainly not going to say that doesn't happen. Okay, but they want to make you think that it's only that you go to places like this, all you see is Hasidic guys with long payas, shuckling, davening mincha or something like that. That's the picture that they want to paint. Okay, what you're seeing.
You give me 15 seconds. I need to let this.
This is a bad time for a break, but okay.
No, it's not a break. I just need to let the cat inside the house.
All right, you can let the cat inside.
Sorry, I thought he was outside, but he's not.
By the way, when I said that it's not okay to trick shiksas, right, or to use them as practice, that's not I'm talking that's from the Torah.
I know.
Torah, our instructions for life, God's will, does not allow for that.
Yeah.
So
when our friend D. West said, I once dated a shiksa who was really into Jewish men, she used to say shiksa for practice. And then he says, I didn't, she did. It was the South and it was a long time ago.
This is a very, very damaged person who needs help. She has issues. She should be married and have a happy life with children instead of wasting her time in this kind of thing. It's a horrible, it's a pretty bad, it's a messed up thing to do to a person. Right? So that it wasn't my personal woke virtue signaling saying that you shouldn't do this. That's the Torah. Okay, you're not going to find anywhere in Jewish law where it says it's okay to trick this girl or this guy or that guy, whether Jewish or not Jewish, or use them for anything.
Yeah.
Okay, even though a lot of Christians want to say that that's what the Talmud says. We should devote an episode to the most horrendous lies that some Christians say about the Talmud and what it actually says.
Yeah, we will.
All right, we should
do this with Stuyvesant because he's also knowledgeable, I guess.
Well, okay, we'll see if he's interested in that topic.
Yeah.
So basically, and then address each one of them, exposing them for the slander, the lie, and the evil that it is, and the intent behind it. So basically, so this guy or this lady was saying that you have these secular guys, these religious guys, reaching out to her because they want to hook up. And listen, by definition, the person you're talking about is not religious.
Yeah.
Okay, if you want to label them something, call them Masorti in a religious costume.
Yeah.
Okay, what does religious mean? You're talking about somebody from. Let's use the word from, or observant, a person who actually observes the laws. That's what an observant person is. It's not a difficult concept.
Yeah.
If they're reaching out to you looking for hookups, you're not dealing with an observant person. You're dealing with a guy who is in a culture, who grew up in a certain culture, which he obviously, when it comes to practical living, doesn't live up to, or is not interested, right? But he doesn't want to, he doesn't want to upset his parents or something like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, but you can't call them religious or Orthodox. Remember, you know what that's like? Imagine, you go to some high school in the South, right? That all they care about is football.
Yeah.
Like the football team represents the elite of the athletes in that area, right?
Yeah.
So when you have the football team, let's call that the Orthodox people.
Yeah.
That's the people who made the team.
Yeah.
And then you got the tryouts, right? Who never made the team. And those are the guys who are calling you for hookups.
Yeah.
So you got the guys who didn't make the team. Okay, but you can't call them the team. They're not part of the team. You can't call them Gators. They didn't make the team.
Yeah.
All right. Then obviously this metaphor has a lot of, it's not perfect by any, but just in this one concept. If you have these simple definitions, you have people who are successfully Orthodox. That means they follow the laws. And the law says that you can't call you for a hookup.
Yeah.
Especially if I'm married. Okay? So if somebody's doing that, they're obviously, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So these terms have to be established early, A guy wearing a costume, a guy wearing the jersey, right, of the team doesn't mean he's on the team.
I don't think they're just wearing a costume. I think some of these guys are Shomer Shabbat and
No. They play, they get together and they play football with their buddies, two-hand touch, what some of the other ones, flag football. They get together, they do reenactments.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But they're not part of the team.
Yeah.
They could be if they want to.
Yeah.
Anybody in the whole world could be. Jew or Gentile alike could be on the team. It's not exclusive. You just have to follow the rules.
Yeah.
You come to practice, you get better, you make the team. I'm not on the team. I'm claiming that I'm not on the team.
Yeah.
I'm not going to delude myself into thinking that I am.
Yeah.
Okay? So, I mean, sometimes I am. I've gotten thrown off a bunch of times, but I've made it too. I guess it depends. But when a person is doing something, you know what I mean? Like you have a guy who's a spaghetti advocate.
Yeah.
Who goes out for burgers.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a good spaghetti advocate. One might say he's not being a spaghetti advocate at all.
Yeah.
So this kind of shit needs to stop, man. This is slander.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The type of guys who are calling you to hook up don't represent the best, or they're not the examples of the Orthodox Jewish community. They're not even the majority. Okay? And the Hasidic guys who are seen at whorehouses are a very tiny amount of people.
Yeah.
Okay? But they stand out so much that they look like they're literally everyone.
Yeah.
A guy who looks like that and is found in that type of environment, like if there was 50,000 Chinese dudes and one Hasidic guy, the only thing people are going to remember is that one Hasidic guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course.
So that's the primary thing that bothered me about this lady's attitude. And she spoke about it like so matter of fact, as if it was established fact. Can I ask you another question?
Mm-hmm.
My baby is yelling at the top of his lungs, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Is that being picked up or kind of slight in the background?
Hardly at all.
None at all.
Not at all. Yeah, not at all.
Wow.
By the way, our friend was saying he wasn't tricking this non-Jewish woman. It was just a secular dating scene. So,
Fellow, we're not talking about you.
yeah. No, he feels bad. He feels bad.
He's taking it personally. He's like, I was like,
yeah, listen,
we're not, for the folks at home.
I also went through that whole thing.
Take it easy.
Yeah, I also went through that whole thing.
It's not allowed to deceive anyone.
Yeah.
By Torah law. it is allowed in the case of life and death, where lying to someone will save a life. That's allowed, but almost anything is allowed to save a life. Any transgression. You can break Shabbat to save a life.
Yeah.
But lying is not allowed. Okay?
Yeah.
I think it's also allowed to save a marriage.
Yeah.
I've heard that before. Like, when there's like a very, very big shakeup in a household.
Yeah.
Like you could do the Kissinger approach. Where you go up to the wife and says, "Oh, your husband, I was talking to him the other day. He said that you're lovely, that you're beautiful, that you're wonderful, and he regrets every bad interaction. He just wants to love you and have a peaceful, loving life with you." And then he does the same thing to the to the husband. He says, "Your wife said this." And that.
Yeah. But what is that? Kissinger did this or what?
No, this is like I call it the Kissinger approach, because Kissinger, this is how he did all of his diplomacy. whether you know what I mean, whether necessary or not, he's just basically constantly tricking people. Yeah. So, but I think I think Aaron did stuff like that, Moshe's brother.
Yeah.
But we're talking about like, these are very, very like unusual circumstances, life and death.
Yeah.
Destroyed marriages, like that's not what you encounter like in your life.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to trick people in business. Doesn't matter who you're dealing with.
Yeah.
You're humiliating your people if you do that.
Yeah.
And you're transgressing the law. I remember there was this cartoon that was put out by Mr. Spock, Leonard Nimoy. I got his name. I was having trouble catching his name for a second. And it was about Rashi. There's a Rashi cartoon that he produced.
What?
Yes. Okay. He produced a Rashi cartoon.
What?
And in that.
What the hell?
Yeah. And it was just, it was
Rashi,
talking about.
the light after the Dark Ages.
Okay.
Rambam, the story of Maimonides.
And one of the things that Rashi was dealing with halachically in his time was there were Jewish merchants who were swindling, not swindling, but they were lying about like weights and measures, stuff like that, or they were doing something that wasn't honest. I don't remember exactly what it was. Okay, and there was like this. There was a rumor that it was allowed to do that to non-Jews, where it's not. It's not allowed. He went out.
Sorry. They have this on YouTube. He plays one of the voices.
That's where I saw it.
It's amazing. An animated children's film introduces kids of the life and times of Rashi, history's most studied biblical commentator, featuring the voices of Leonard Nimoy and Armand Desante.
Yeah.
Armand Desante played the Ink Man. Leonard Nimoy played Rashi. The heck?
Are we learning something secret about Armand Desante?
I don't know, but there's Rambam, the story of Maimonides. This is part of also the cartoon thing. Then there's Heaven and Earth, Stories of Hasidic Masters. But this is something else. Dude, man. Here's the trailer. I just want to play a 2-minute clip of Rashi, Nimoy as Rashi.
Jews and minds have been attacked. The Jews and minds have been attacked. Burn to the ground. Bolts with swords killed them.
Welcome to the Jews and history. Rashi, a light after the Dark Ages. Set in the 11th century, Rashi is about a man, an extraordinary medieval French scholar who lived in the years just before the Crusades' reign of terror. Rashi became, and still is, not just the most reproduced and widely studied commentary on the Bible, but one of the strongest forces and role models in Jewish and world history.
How dare you remind this man of his past weaknesses in my Beit Din or anywhere? So, Bishop,
he refuses to see. He refuses to debate.
He's smarter than you made him out to be. Even though they be kings, even though they have power, even though they might think themselves superior, they are still human. No human is perfect. No human can escape sin. Mistakes. I will make you the first order of business. I will kill you and everything around you.
Wait, what the hell is this?
That was a French crusader.
And of course, they had to play klezmer music at the end.
Yeah, even though there was no klezmer music at that time.
What the heck? I didn't know this. Directed by Ashley Lazarus.
But I don't know how, if you're talking about accuracy and everything, I don't know, to what extent it is, but I think some of the main points are close enough. Okay. Rashi definitely dealt with spreading awareness and trying to dispel this horrible rumor that was going around. I guess I don't know who started it, by some merchant that being dishonest in business to non-Jews is permitted in some cases.
Yeah,
like that. So I don't. Okay, so Rashi was not, he was big on, telling people it's not true. Okay, so basically, this is the kind of thing that is, slander, misunderstanding, not defining terms before you begin talking about something, painting with a broad brush, especially in serious issues. Like if you're shticking around, if you're doing shtick, it's fine. You got to indicate that you're doing shtick, okay? And we always do, okay? But when you're talking serious stuff, right? When you're trying to make it look like you got all these Orthodox guys, pounding on your door, trying to get some of that, a little something, then you're, you know what I mean? Especially if you want to be on Truth Fanatics, we're not going to let you get away with that. Okay, stated goal of Truth Fanatics: to banish bullshit from the earth. Okay, especially mine.
And if you don't like us saying the word bullshit, then we're banishing you.
No, you're not. We're not banished.
No, we're kidding.
Nobody's getting banished. No person is. I hope. By the way, could you go on Facebook? Just want to show you something cool. You probably saw this. Go on Facebook and just, I guess, go to my page. I reposted something from Moshe Steinerman.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's a
the projection of the temple floating above the Dome of the Rock. I just thought that was like one of the best visuals I've ever seen.
Yeah, I've seen that before. Yeah, that's what Rabbi Schloss. I asked him once: "Is the temple going to come down from the sky? Is it going to be built?" He's like, "No, it's going to be a hologram."
That's what he thinks. He
said it's going to be an AutoCAD. Like the designs in AutoCAD hologram.
Okay, so I don't know what he's talking about, but the closest thing that I've heard regarding something like that is that the temple will come down from heaven.
Yeah.
From Yetzirah.
Okay.
Okay. And just like everything else over there, it might appear to us in a glowing form. Like some sort of like glowing entity. Okay. But it is an interesting idea. Like imagine, just going off just for fun on an idea. Imagine like the temple descends, right? And it's kind of like a hologram, right? And all you got to do is replace wherever there's like a brick in the hologram, replace it, put a real brick. Yeah. It's like an instruction manual. Just place material object here, and it kind of, that's how it's built. That would be kind of interesting, but I don't think that's the reality of it. Yeah. I think when the temple comes down, it actually comes down.
Yeah. However it is, man, I just want it to happen now.
Yeah.
Because it's just enough already.
Amen.
It's really enough.
So question. Before we get really weird, and I guess we'll make it brief because we've been at it for more than 3 hours, right?
Okay.
So, I'm itching to go to North Carolina. Okay.
Okay.
Am I going by myself?
No, you're not going by yourself, but
It's okay. It's okay. I'm not pressuring you because there is, there is like it's not like
I have to see if I have a. You're saying you want to meet there, or you want me to fly to Florida and then drive from there?
I don't know, whatever you want to do, man.
I can technically drive there. I just have to figure out.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to waste your time.
Right now, I have the car that I have is whatever. I have to figure out my car situation. I have a car, but it's like my friend's car. I'm borrowing it while he's in Israel. I have to figure out my car situation, and then also my sister's getting married in 3 weeks. I would like to actually go to our friend Eric's wedding on the 16th.
Oh, that would be awesome. You can represent me.
Yes. I'm dead presidents to represent me. Yeah. So 16th, and then 18th is something else. Somebody else's wedding. Or Vort. I don't remember. 16th for sure. I want to go be here. So my sister's wedding is on the 28th. So probably maybe on like following week. Maybe. But the problem is not a problem, but it's a lot of stuff going on in my business that we need to be here for. Let's see. Can you tell me the name of the city at least?
No, I don't want to.
Can you write it? Can you write it to me?
I'll tell you. I'll tell you privately.
Okay. No, can you type it out on?
I don't want to like make it really easy for someone to find us if they need to. You know what I mean?
Type it out to me on WhatsApp, and I'll just type it into so I can see where the hell this is.
Okay. 1 second.
Yeah.
You're gonna first of all, 1 second. Okay, so write what I just sent you, but add North Carolina and see what happens.
Sure.
How do you like that name, huh?
That's very funny. It's like related to. Oh wow. Okay. Well, where the hell? Okay. It's like. Oh wow. It's like middle of freaking. Whatever. Huh.
Of course it is. What did you think?
Okay.
Very funny fact, just to connect it to something silly. I was watching Weekend as stated, and I'm not proud of it, but I was watching Weekend at Bernie's last night, late last night.
Yeah.
And that was, everybody thinks that you get the impression it was filmed in the Hamptons, right? Because it kind of looks like that. But it was actually filmed in North Carolina.
So here's the thing. There's two options. One option is I can drive there where it's a 9-hour drive from where I am. Or I fly to, because it's like, yeah, it's expensive to fly to.
Dude, whatever you want to do. You want to fly, make it a road trip, do that. You want to drive there, straight, I'll meet you there, we could do that too.
Hold on, right there.
I want to do, look, I know that this sounds like the beginning of a horror movie where things
yeah, right.
I know that. But fuck it. You know what I mean? Let's do something real just once.
Just live a little. Yeah. What is it? George Carlin. Here. George Carlin. Take a. Here. This is George Carlin.
D West is like, you've been here 4 hours.
What?
D West in the comments, he's like, you've been here 4 hours.
Yeah, listen.
Completely safe. You need a little danger in your life. Take a fucking chance once in a while, will you? What are you gonna do? Play with your prick for another 30 years? What are you gonna read People magazine and eat at Wendy's till the end of time? Take a fucking chance.
Well, I mean,
that was the end of the germs and immune system skit.
Yeah. I don't want to, give too much cred.
Yeah.
Mr. Carlin over there.
But
He's not the only. I can only suffice to say he's not the only one who ever talked about this idea.
So here's my question: we have to be at this location overnight, at night,
I have no idea. I'm just gonna go there. Yeah, at night.
and see what happens.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna be packing. Obviously, like I always am.
Yeah.
I'm glad I don't have to drive through any non-American states.
Yeah, it seems to be like even they had a recent 2021 situation in this place.
We might have to if like, all right, there's a person who I'm not going to say their name, whom this phenomenon seems to kind of be around. Okay, what I want to see, I don't want. Oh, we're not going camping. This guy's like D West. He's like, you're right. We're not going camping. I mean, but basically, I want to.
That's funny.
I want to see if it's the place rather than the guy.
What does that mean?
There's a guy.
Okay.
There's a guy who lives there whom this phenomenon seems to.
No, I'm reading. There's other people. There's like Fort Bragg veterans and like whatever.
Right, but basically, it all started because of this one guy who reported this. Okay.
His name Chris Bledsoe.
Yes, you asshole. I'm trying not to be.
Whatever. They're gonna have to search and find out where the hell this is. Doesn't matter.
Thanks a lot, man. I'm trying. I'm like breaking my neck here, trying to be as. Because I don't want. Because you know what I mean. I don't want people to get into this stuff.
Yeah.
This is like already a little bit.
Yeah.
It's a little QQ.
Yeah.
So I'm not trying to get people to do this. I just want to go check it out for myself.
Yeah.
Okay, and I don't want to get in touch with that dude. I want to see if it's just the place itself.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't need any potential.
Well, we're for sure gonna have to stay. Once I get there, and then stay overnight in a hotel or something like that.
Just sleep in the car, man. Who cares? Like I'm not. You know what I mean?
What about kosher food? I was gonna guess bring food along with me if it's a rough.
I'm not worried about eating.
Yeah.
Dude, we could go to like.
Yeah.
I'm sure they have like a Piggly Wiggly, somewhere around there.
Piggly Wiggly.
That's for the folks at home. That's the name of a supermarket chain.
Yeah, in like Bumble something.
Yeah, in the rural areas. I don't know if they still have it, but I'm sure they got. What would be awesome if you ran into a Buc-ee's.
Oh my God.
You know what a Buc-ee's is?
No.
Oh my God, dude. Buc-ee's is the most wonderful place on earth. I don't know if it exists outside of Alabama or Texas. Okay. But it's a giant gasoline station, a giant gas station, the size of like 2 football fields. Endless places to get gas. And then there's a store inside that is about as big as Walmart, with nothing but coffee and snacks and bathrooms, and it's just. Oh, I bought a hat. Okay, there's like it's called Buc-ee's. It's like a little beaver wearing a hat. Okay, it's just this. If anybody listening from Buc-ee's, I love your establishment.
All right, so basically they have flights to
flights. No, man, we're going
Raleigh. There's for me to like Raleigh.
Yeah.
For like $120 and like with a carry-on on American. So I'm looking at September. I can only go after. It's got to happen after my sister's wedding. Like September.
Yeah, obviously, dude. I'm not like
like September, like the first or second week of September.
Yeah, no, we're in August. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
I got you.
Yeah. Hold on. You know what? Give me a second. Let me just try to exact day. Look at like.
In the meantime, I'll send you some Bartzadok stuff.
Yeah. They have stuff for like cheap flights, like to like either Raleigh or what's the other one? Wilmington, which is even.
I want to drive because I don't want to be disarmed, basically. You know what I mean? Like
actually, okay. So I can meet you there, whatever. Or I could fly and I can meet you there. Whatever.
Yeah, if you want to take a 2-hour
or you could pick me up from the airport and we could drive, and then we'll drive to the. Okay, like you could pick me from whatever airport.
Yeah, man, whatever you want to do. It certainly be less, less boring, on the way there.
I could fly to what's its face. Probably it's looking like Raleigh is the best. Yeah, because the other place doesn't even have it, like barely an airport. It's like terrible. But I'm just looking. The drive from Raleigh to that place is. I'll tell you in a second. Man, we're gonna go through. This is gonna be like what's that movie, Deliverance?
Yeah, but I'm not bringing no bow and arrow. I'm packing the heat.
So it's like an hour and a half drive from Raleigh to the place you want to go.
Yeah. By the way, with the intent not to use it, of course. I'm just trying to be a responsible American.
Yeah. Carry-on bag. Go for a couple of days, Carry-on bag.
I go for like a day and a half, 2 days.
Yeah.
If nothing
Sunday to like Wednesday, Sunday to Tuesday, Sunday to Wednesday.
Yeah, man. I just want to
like that kind of thing.
Give it a shot.
Hold on.
Get the shot.
Let's see. Where the hell are the carry-on bag choices? I'm just
the folks at home. They're like, they don't need to hear that part.
Whatever.
Or maybe they do. I don't know.
Whatever. I'll research. Yeah, it's got to happen after my system quit. So yeah. See, $140. 2-hour flight. Raleigh. Whatever.
So can I read some boring UFO stuff for a second? Because this is supposedly this is progress. Okay. You with me? Did I lose you?
Yes, you can read these things.
Okay. And we'll finish off on this because my wife expects me to spend time with our child, which I don't know why. But okay, so this is from Christopher K. Mellon. Okay, I think this is his last. I'm not going to use the word that Twitter wants me to use. This is his last posting on the social media platform. Okay. And for the folks at home, Christopher K. Mellon is a former deputy Secretary of Defense during Bush and Clinton, I believe. Okay. So, and he was so during 9/11. So he writes, "For me, this is a dream come true. Something that makes perfect sense, but that I wasn't sure I'd live to see happen. Congratulations to Administrator Nelson, Bill Nelson, and Undersecretary Moultrie." Remember, Moultrie was one of the guys. He's one of the bureaucrats at that UFO hearing, the last one that was public, right? Black dude. Yeah. Okay, so what is he talking about? So he reposted Ronald S. Moultrie's posting about this. Yeah. So basically, it says NASA Administrator Bill Nelson and I are looking forward to our teams collaborating on unidentified phenomenon. We gratefully appreciate all that our NASA colleagues are doing in the areas of science and exploration. So for some reason, Christopher K. Mellon sees this as a massive accomplishment, that this is something that's really, really huge. That the UAP task force, or whatever they call it now, right, in the Pentagon, and NASA are going to join forces to investigate UAPs. So Bill Nelson, I think he was a senator from Florida. Is that no? Senator Bill Nelson. Quickly.
Yeah.
Senator Bill Nelson. Clarence William Nelson II is an American politician and attorney serving as the administrator of NASA. Previously served as United States Senator from Florida for 18 years. He was senator. He stopped being senator in 2019 to take this position at NASA.
Our friend D. West says, while you're in Raleigh, stop at Buffalo Brothers on Capitol Boulevard and tell them I sent you. Ask for Jen.
D West, are you sending us to be murdered?
Let's see. There's a lot of kosher stuff in, I think, in Raleigh. I think there's a lot of New York people moved over there. Yeah.
Raleigh is like Tokyo compared to where we're going.
Yeah. Yeah, they have like kosher things in Raleigh.
I'm sure there's a Chabad of Raleigh.
For sure. No, but there's like kosher stuff.
Yeah.
Kosher takeout. Chabad of Cary offers travelers the area. Kosher takeout. Yeah, thing. Whatever. Cool.
Jen better be hot, D West.
You're gonna be like, what you here for?
Just kidding.
Aliens.
Oh, he's sending us for beer. All right, I'll take it.
Oh, beer. Oh,
and Jen doesn't even have to be hot. If it's beer, Jen is not required to be hot.
Buffalo Brothers, Raleigh. In which one is it? He said Capitol Boulevard. There we go. The Buffalo 3111 Capitol Boulevard. Buffalo Brother. It's like a chain.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. Laid back operation offered typical comfort foods, pizza, burgers, chain. So it's just like a beer place, I guess. I'm getting hungry already. This is not good.
Man, yeah, that's
This is not good.
Dude, a beer right now. I wouldn't mind starting off eating with a beer. I haven't had a beer in a long time. Gosh.
Buffalo Brothers. Yeah, it looks like
maybe I'll hold off on having a beer until we get there.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
Let's see what they have for yeah, it's all like wings. Oh wow, they have all these like brews and like they have the regular stuff.
I just want to say that when I think beer, I love all the microbrewery, all that fancy stuff. But there's nothing like a slice of pizza and a Budweiser.
Oh yeah.
That combination.
But to me, Bud tastes
perfection. Like that is perfection.
I'm not a fan of Bud. It tastes like water to me.
No, it is. No, but with pizza, it just works perfectly.
So I have a question for you. You're right. There and back is 600 miles. Every tank is 600. There and back is 1,200 miles. Every tank is about 350 miles, 400 miles. You're talking about 3 tanks of gas. Each tank of gas is about $50.
The car I'm driving, about 100.
Oh, crud. All right. So for me, it'll cost like $150 driving total, or $183 to fly.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I'm not gonna ask you for gas money, bro.
No, I would fly to Raleigh
because I'm gonna be going myself anyway.
No, I'm saying I'm just asking what do you think is better? Like for me to drive 9 hours?
No, for me, actually, it'd be better, I guess, for you to fly and then drive no hours. I'll do all the driving.
No, I'm not, dude. I'm not gonna ask you from Florida. Oh, so you want me to fly to Florida? That's what you're saying.
No, I don't want you to do anything that you don't want to, but it certainly.
I'm asking what would be the best. It would be
it would be better for me if you fly to Florida, so then you could be in the car. We could have a road trip.
Yeah,
that's not necessarily better for you.
Yeah,
I don't know.
No, actually, it's the same price, but it's about the same price. It's the same price, really. It's just a 2-hour flight or a 3-hour flight. I'm either flying to Raleigh or I'm flying to Miami, Fort Lauderdale. Actually,
D West, is it a kosher place or it's just
what?
No, because he's like in the comments.
Oh, it's not a kosher place. It's not kosher. It's a Buffalo Brothers, man. It's like
I was getting excited about pizza.
Oh,
God, I love pizza.
He's like, I used to drink there on a daily basis when I lived in the South. No, it's totally like whatever. Oh, dude, the flights are cheap as hell in September, like mad cheap. Even like on
hurricane season, man.
Yeah, I'm not gonna fly JetBlue though. It's like $77. Spirit Airlines rather. I'm not gonna fly on that crap.
No, don't Spirit. No.
I'm not dicking around on that. Yeah, they have for like 100. Oh, it's even cheaper than to Raleigh. $128.
For the folks at home who might be wondering what the hell we're talking about and why we're doing this, there's a place, and I'm not going to say where. It's in the state of North Carolina, somewhere, where apparently seems to be a concentrated area where you have sightings of what's called orbs.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, without getting into what that is, we can talk about that like another time. We could devote an entire episode just to orbs. there was recently, for the folks at home who might have seen this, on the last Tucker Carlson, like he has a show outside of his nightly news show twice a week on Fox Nation, right? Where he interviews people for like an hour. Okay, so the last one of those this past week was he was interviewing Dr. Gary Nolan. He's a Stanford professor, and he's a professor of like genetics and biology and biomedical engineering and engineering diagnostic machines with very, very high accuracy resolution, testing people's genetics, even material science, like checking to see what something is made out of on a very microscope, almost on an atomic level. Yeah. Okay, he's famous for producing that kind of machine. So he was being interviewed. He's part of the UAP investigation, I guess crew, if you want to put it that way, in the government. Okay, the government would often come to him and to get his expert opinion and use his one-of-a-kind diagnostic tools. Okay, the fact that he's a liberal is, I guess, not important here. Yeah. But Stanford. Yeah. But basically, in that interview, just last week, a couple days ago, he was telling Tucker Carlson that there are cases that he's aware of, like one that I think was in California, where a family was driving on the highway, on a crowded highway during the daytime, and they saw an object that looked like a UFO literally hovering above their car and, keeping pace with their car, but making no sound whatsoever. Yeah. So they were looking around to see if anybody else sees this object. Like you would imagine that would, create a stir. Yeah. Like you see people pointing and stuff, but it didn't seem like anybody else was looking. So they opened the sunroof and they took a picture of the object as they saw it. But what came out in the picture was not the object that they saw. It was an orb. Yeah. Obviously projecting that image to the people. Okay. Now that crosses over into the way angels and other spiritual entities function and interact with us. Yeah. Okay. So that's what we're talking about here. Okay. And it definitely sounds like the opening scene of a horror movie. But we'll see what happens, right?
So what I'm thinking is I could fly.
If we survive, folks, it'll be an interesting story to tell.
So listen, I can fly to you. We can take it's a 10-hour ride from you to this place. And then I could fly out of Raleigh back home instead of driving back, unless you want me to drive back with you.
No, man, whatever you want to do.
Because it's a 10-hour ride back,
So, I mean, it's, it'll be, obviously it takes up your time, you'll be spending more time. So we could do a massive podcast all the way back to Florida. Joe, we could do a podcast if you come here. We could do a podcast on the way, like when we were driving around.
Course. No, of course we could do that. That's for sure. That's obvious.
I could say like on the way to our murder, hopefully not, or abduction. We'll see what happens. Hopefully by aliens. Not by deliverance people, but hopefully, I don't know what would be worse.
What we could do is
they do touch you in similar ways.
I could fly in like at middle of the afternoon, and you could just pick me up from like Fort Lauderdale and just drive.
Dude, this could be the one that goes viral, man.
And just keep driving. No, I'm saying just keep driving.
Yeah.
Like until we reach whatever.
Yes. And if that doesn't work, let's just drive to Utah to Skinwalker Ranch. See what happens.
To what?
I have a family. Forget it. Scratch that.
To what ranch?
Skinwalker Ranch in Utah.
Oh my God, what the hell is that?
Read about it real quick right now. Actually, wait, maybe we shouldn't. I don't want people to know about this stuff, even though they have a show on History Channel.
Oh, that's another place like this.
Yeah, but that's a little bit different. That's more like kind of like a poltergeisty
shamans.
Yeah, well, right. It's not so nice. But you know what's funny? Bart Sadok went there for one of the episodes.
And what did he say?
he was davening, and they wanted to see if they can cause the entity or the phenomenon, as they call it, because they got to pretend to be scientific.
Oh my God. I'm watching. I'm looking at the website right now. This is secretive. Oh my God.
Yeah. So they wanted to see if they can summon the entity or the phenomenon to if they could interact with it.
Okay.
So they brought Bart Sadok there to see if he can summon it,
Uh-huh.
and he did.
Oh my God.
And they recorded it.
What the hell? Well, yeah, they have it here. Shocking UFO sighting and secret of here. Bart Sadok, they posted this on YouTube. Here, let's play this.
Yeah.
It's a 5-minute thing.
Yeah.
There he is. How you doing, Ariel?
How you doing, brother? Nice to see you again.
Great to see you.
He's so southern, Bart Sadok. It's so funny.
Do everything we can think of to apply hard science in our investigations of the strange phenomena.
Yeah, that's Travis Taylor. The guy is an engineering and astronomical genius. Anyway.
Yeah, let me just.
Penetrating radar, laser scanning, LiDAR scanning, drilling, and even excavating, and got no definitive answers. All I know is that when we poke this nest, weird things seem to happen. So I've decided to invite a special guest to see if his methods can help.
Ariel, I'm Eric Bard.
Eric, Rabbi Ariel Zadok is not only a scholar in of Judaism, but also an expert in the belief system might explain the portal phenomena that we've been investigating. I don't generally conduct mystical experiments or rituals, but at this point, I don't know what we have to lose. I was just telling the guys that you were explaining to me how the Jewish faith looks a little differently at some of these strange phenomena than Christian faith. So I don't get it wrong. Why don't you just explain that?
All right. Let's go back, a little bit of Bible study. The Bible makes mention of other indigenous races upon our earth. I'm not a scientist. I'm a clergyman. And I came to look at what is expressed here, not from a point of a scientific anomaly, but from a spiritual point of view. Recognize that the Bible does speak of these entities. They exist in what religion will call a spiritual plane. I guess maybe in modern terminology, you might consider that a fourth dimension of space. You're the scientist.
Stop.
Yeah.
You heard what he said. He said that
fourth dimension.
What religion, what we call the spiritual plane, based on his knowledge and study, which is very extensive, by the way, in Kabbalah, and his exposure to other, Kabbalists, it can be more likened in our reality to a fourth physical dimension that we can't sense and don't have access to. All right, continue.
What seems to be happening here is that there very well might be an indigenous earth spirit who has called this place home for as long as it has been alive. And the one thing that they find the most offensive is when human beings encroach upon their domain.
There are times on this property where you do get the sense of malevolence a little bit.
This reality, which we think is the only reality, isn't. You could actually have portals opening and closing on this property with a living, non-human, intelligent entity.
He's talking about shadim of different types, obviously.
And then disappearing. Coming and going.
Profound.
Now, Ariel has told me that the Hebrew rabbis know of a thing called tonal technologies. It's an acoustic technology that is believed to be able to open up the heavens or a pathway or a doorway, a portal, if you will.
My method, I believe seeing is believing. So what I believe to do is to teach others to see for themselves.
So
that's what it's all about.
Let's talk about how we're going to do that now.
We are going to create a sacred place and do the traditional prayers for the opening of the gates. We will specifically invite whatever is here, if it's willing, to communicate, to show some sign, because these entities are out there. I already sense it.
What the hell?
Right there.
I think they skipped through his. He was saying some kind of tefillah.
Yeah. And they said I already sensed it, and then boom, holy blank. Yeah, they're looking at it.
Right there.
Holy flip.
Yeah, see it? Oh, yeah. Where it was last time. Just went away. Dang it.
Dang it.
Right under the sun, and it was right in that portion of the sky. While Ariel is talking to us about how he hopes that he can reach whatever the phenomena is here on the ranch, suddenly we notice to the west there's something glowing in the sky.
Well, it's been popping up in that same spot that it always pops up.
Did you see it? You saw it, right?
Oh, I saw it.
There it is again. It's back there.
There it is again. Right there.
It's gone again. And it's in the same place every time.
Yes.
This object that we're seeing, it shows up, it glints really brightly, and then disappears as if into a speck. It was pretty crazy.
Yeah, they didn't show his what he did.
Yeah, he was actually davening, you know, and he he's doing Sephardi style, you know.
Yeah, they have it here on the there's a website here. Let me play this. Hold on a second.
But in any case, we're not going there, folks.
I know we're not gonna go there, but I want to hear what the way he actually does here. There's a website for this. Hello?
What happened?
What?
I don't know. Something. Oh, I think the video started playing. I don't know how.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I was like, what the hell? Hold on, this ad is playing. I want to get rid of it. Yeah, dude. When I minimize the window, it doesn't. Hold on. Okay.
And for the folks at home, I'm not, even if I do experience some kind of entity, I'm not planning on taking long walks with it, holding hands on the beach under the moonlight. Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to kind of, you know, acknowledge its existence. That's it.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm trying to find. It's just an art. Oh, it's just, yeah. See, they have the picture of him davening.
Somebody here is saying, I would not tempt Hashem in this way. What exactly are we doing? Except for believing the reality of the spiritual world and the entities that God creates.
Yeah.
Instead of just learning about them or thinking about them, in the safety, but actually embracing the reality of God's world.
Yeah.
It's like seeing a deer.
Yeah. Yeah, but these are hold on.
And actually, this is the kind of stuff that people are going to be experiencing all the time, in the times of Mashiach.
Yeah.
Maybe this is the way to get it going. Who knows? See.
The kids are, you can watch the whole episode on History Channel. This is just like a part of it. Yeah, they don't show the davening when he's davening thing. Where's there a link to watch it? I guess they have it.
I'll find out the exact episode and I'll send you the link.
No, I know the exact episode. It aired season 2. I just want to know wherever.
Where to watch it?
Yeah.
On Amazon Prime.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's season 2. There's no place like Homestead 2. Let's see, Amazon Prime. I'm gonna log into my thing. I just want to get that part where
for the folks at home, Greg is trying to find the exact moment in the episode where Rabbi Ariel Bar-Tzadok is saying something, and then the effect of that would be that whatever entity is there would make its presence known.
Are you sure it's on Amazon Prime? Skinwalk
Ranch
season. There we go. Season 2. I think you have to pay for it though. Yeah, it's $1 an episode.
I probably have it. Let me see if I can get it going. Hold on.
Prime Video. Oh, they have a Prime Video. Is it free? Oh, it's Discovery Plus. 7-day trial.
No, I got it. Hold on. I got it. 1 second. 1 second.
Yeah.
You said season 2, right?
Yeah. See that? Yeah, it's a 3. Yeah, it's episode 4. There's no place like Homestead 2.
No place like Homestead 2. Okay.
It's episode 4, season 2, episode 4.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah. LiDAR scanner reveals dark mass at Homestead 2. Team invites a rabbi to perform an ancient ritual lead to the interdimensional portals. My God.
Okay. Okay, hang on.
And they have a SD episode for $2. $3. I can watch this for like $3. It's pretty cool.
Hang on. I'm just scanning the video to find that one spot.
A friend is saying, do you have to drive to North Carolina for orbs? They could be anywhere, especially if you're way curious. I had to drive through Area 57, and I was so creeped out.
Yeah, I know they could be anywhere, but there's this one place that there seems to be repeatable. There's people from the government, there's real scientists, and real researchers that that keep going back there over and over again.
So right now, this place that we're talking about in North Carolina is just like looks like people just go fishing there. It doesn't really look like anything.
Yeah, that's exactly what this guy was doing when he first had that experience.
Significant.
I mean, I'm not going fishing, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Hang on. 1 second. I'm getting to the.
It's all over North Carolina, by the way. It's like, History Channel even did a thing. Alien landing pad set up by man in North Carolina mountains. It's all over North Carolina.
Tough to find the exact spot. Hang on. 1 second.
And finally, we're going to make a recording during and after the rabbi's ceremony to capture any strange audio frequencies or unnatural sounds that may occur.
I'm gonna skip ahead. Hold on.
Look at infrared camera set up and ready and record. The microphone connected to, we're measuring all of the microwaves to the antenna pointed this place. Honest. But there's movement or interactions.
You found it?
I'm looking for the place. Hold on.
Where did you find it? Where you?
Hang on. It's at
evening.
Okay, it's at minute 31
I don't have access to the episode. I'm saying, where did you find the whole episode? Like
on Amazon Prime.
Yeah, but it's pay. You have to pay.
I had it from before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So hold on.
That are recited at this time in our Torah tradition.
Can you hear it?
That note, is everybody
Yeah.
okay? I'm going to begin. Thank you. Adonai sifot imanu miskav lanu Elokei Yaakov Selah. Adonai sifot ashrei adam bodeh. I do sense a presence in this land, and I sense that this.
It's like he all of a sudden over the scene he starts narrating while the scene is still.
Yeah. I found it on the History Channel website. What minute you said? It's free.
Well, I got to, wow. I just stopped it at 31, minute 31, 33 seconds.
Okay. Hold on, there's a stupid ad. Whatever.
I'm going to continue.
Keep playing it. Yeah.
It's a very old presence here. I asked for its permission to be here. I asked if I could give a blessing to the land, because this is the land which God has made. And it's the role of a rabbi, of course, to be a conduit of the blessings of God. Israel. So Ariel starts his ceremony, and while he's doing the chant, I happen to notice that there's some kind of anomaly in front of the doorway of Homestead 2. Shalom. Shalom Aleichem. Eric, come here a minute. You seeing something? Look at the difference in the FLIR imagery now. It's completely changed. I've not seen this do this before. It shouldn't have changed that drastically all of a sudden. The FLIR imagery completely changed.
Okay, so that's the basic idea. The folks at home, they could watch it for themselves. You with me, bro?
Yeah, I'm here.
So I got to go now. I got to help.
I
I gotta apparently acknowledge the existence of my child.
That's a good thing to do.
Yeah, I'm very happy to, by the way.
We've been at this for 5 hours, marathon.
Yeah. Helping people get through the fast, So
yeah.
I think Carol is she works for the ministering angels. She's trying to lead us away, you know? Just kidding, Carol. Just kidding.
Take a chance, live life.
I'm not trying to, we joke around a lot and doing a lot of shtick, but this isn't about having an adventure.
Yeah.
This is about embracing the reality of the creation that God has created. That's all it is. I'm not praying to it, worshiping it. I'm not necessarily want to interact with it in any meaningful way, but I'm open to it. If it's godly, if it's something that God wouldn't disapprove of, then I'm okay.
I was saying, do not speed through North Carolina. That's a guaranteed high price speed ticket. Yes.
I never speed. I'm a very, very responsible driver. Okay, I'm with any equipment that I have. I'm very, very responsible.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go, man.
All right, sir. It's been very real.
Yeah. Hopefully it's about to get realer.
Yes.
It's not real enough, actually.
We'll see what happens.
Go on.
All right. So I'm Kal, the rest of it, and hopefully Mashiach will come. We won't even have to take any crazy road trips.
Amen.
All right, man.
Ciao, ciao, and stay thirsty, my friends.
That's a dog.
Yeah.
All right. Later.
Take care.